devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Themselves to be beaten and brutalized and do nothing whatsoever to protect themselves. They are foolish. They should have the right to defend themselves against any attack made against them by anyone. If a dog is biting a black man, the black man should kill the dog. Whether the dog is a police dog, a hound dog, or any kind of dog. If a dog is sick on a black man, when that black man is doing nothing but trying to take advantage of what the government says is supposed to be his, then that black man should kill that dog or any two-legged dog who sicks the dog on.
Should other black men
follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, number one, don't believe in any form of integration, and believe that every mention of the word integration by whites, whether it be from the mouth of Kennedy on down to the mouth of the lowest, raggediest white liberal in the street who is beating it like involving himself in these integration efforts, if we believed in it, we would integrate, and we would fight anybody who got in our way or made any effort whatsoever to stop us from integrating. If we really believe that the law of the land, the Supreme Court, and other so-called judicial bodies were for real, when they talked about integration, we would integrate.
We were sitting around the dinner table, some students and people, and a person came to you, bro. Well, this time you guys may not believe in God or something.
I am married to an ex-nun, an ex-Roman Catholic nun. I drive her to church. 35 years we've been married a few days ago, and I drive her to church on occasion. I'll go in and listen. I'll go to the mosque. I'll go to the Buddhist temple. I go to anybody's religion because religion is a belief. Nobody has it. Now, you ask if I believe in God, you must first explain, because I met the guy that robbed my house, believed in God. He had a big cross on his chest when they caught him and down at the precinct. He believed that didn't stop him from robbing my house. Believing in God don't make you good or bad. The Ku Klux Klan believe in God. The one thing that they say that they have established a religion to protect the name of Jesus. So the whole philosophy. Most of the people in the Bible Belt will cut your throat for being black. Did the Bible stop them from being racist? No. That doesn't mean a thing because you believe. You believe and your behavior are two different things. And people ask, you believe in God, you don't believe in God. So what that means? It doesn't mean I won't cut your throat.
Okay, but you said earlier that if we start paying black preachers tomorrow morning,
the church will close. How many are going to come in to do volunteering work? It's a business. It's a salary people get out of it, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, or what.
Christianity and religion as we know it is a business?
Big business. Vegas business is bigger than IT&T.
You get all kind of breaks, tax breaks, and all kind of privileges when you're the minister.
It's salaries paid. You think the salary of all? Do you think? No, let's face it. How many ministers you know doing it for free?
Okay, let's just drop.
10% tax. If you don't get buried, he may come down and take a father and say, "You what, we're not coming to the cemetery."
I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
We think that they are foolish to allow themselves to be beaten and brutalized and do nothing whatsoever to protect themselves. They are foolish. They should have the right to defend themselves against any attack made against them by anyone. If a dog is biting a black man, the black man should kill the dog. Whether the dog is a police dog, a hound dog, or any kind of dog. If a dog is sick on a black man, when that black man is doing nothing but trying to take advantage of what the government says is supposed to be his, then that black man should kill that dog or any two-legged dog who sicks the dog on.
Should other black men
Honorable Elijah Muhammad, number one, don't believe in any form of integration, and believe that every mention of the word integration by whites, whether it be from the mouth of Kennedy on down to the mouth of the lowest, raggediest white liberal in the street who is beatnik-like involving himself in these integration efforts, if we believed in it, we would integrate. And we would fight anybody who got in our way or made any effort whatsoever to stop us from integrating. If we really believe that the law of the land, the Supreme Court, and other so-called judicial bodies were for real when they talked about integration, we would integrate.
Welcome to the Principles. I am your host, Due Diligence. Today, we're just going to do a review of the last show that I made. Is Nationalism valid? I'm not at home at the moment, so my sound, video, my internet may be choppy. If it is, forgive me. This is a test, something new that I haven't done. So Yeah, if it's a little off, please forgive me. Let's jump right into it. I don't know if you guys caught the last show. I hope you liked it. But let's just get in and do a little fact checking, discuss a little bit of the points everyone was making, and just, let's just ride it out, have a good time, see what we can come up with. All right. All right. So here we go. Here. I woke up and I was breathing this morning, so I didn't have too many complaints. I got some small ones. White nationalism, and I think that the differentiation is small, but we can get there. But I want you to read that definition again. Read that definition again.
I like yours better, actually. I think I agree a little bit more with yours. I think it's still a little bit, but it says white nationalists believe that white people are inherently superior. That sounds like racism to me. To people from all other racial and ethnic groups. That's the first aspect of it. Then they seek to preserve. Now, I agree with the second part. I think it's important that we should all preserve our own cultures, wherever we come from. They seek to preserve their white European and Christian cultural identities and may advocate for a white ethno-state. Now, there have been examples throughout the world in that, and I'd love to have an opportunity to point out some examples where it worked, where it fell apart. But go ahead.
No, we're gonna definitely get into it. I'll say for the purposes of just having the show, let's go with the definition that's on the screen, because if we get into white supremacy,
I like it.
At the beginning, it's going to be too contentious. So let's just keep it general, but we can move into that and split hairs later on. But in the general sense, we're going with white nationalism is the belief that white people should maintain a white identity and have a national or political system primarily for the benefit of white people. Often includes opposition to immigration, multiculturalism, and diversity initiatives. Now,
well, that second part seems a little xenophobic to me, and I think that it's not rational. I think we can demonstrate all throughout the West how ethnicities of other than European are being force-fed, like you're force-feeding a goose or a duck to harvest its liver. I think that the fact that white people, so to speak, or Europeans, have the most unbiased and the widest open exception to their own in-group preferences demonstrates that statement, while it might be beneficial for white nationalists to try to achieve that, it doesn't seem to be happening in actuality. I think probably the closest example of that was probably pre-apartheid, during the apartheid in South Africa, where, and we can get into that later, but your thoughts on that, if you had any pushback on that.
I think xenophobia is like the fear of others.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think this is necessarily fear. I would say when you come from a So I would like to give a little pushback on that point. And I see generally specific in the chat. You're more than welcome to come up if you like. And he asked if there is a white nationalist stance that exists anywhere in the world, that in the present. And I do believe that that's a valid question. But the thing is, in order to respond to that question genuinely, I believe that there are white nationalist nations, but they're not going to be overt with it, right? Like nobody can just blatantly say it. You just do it, right? That's how you put systemic systems in place, right? Whenever you put systems into place to block people in a subtle way, you are implementing nationalism, right? So that's the small pushback that I will give to that. But can I substantiate it? No, but that's my position. Nationalistic. I mean, you could spin it that way, but I think from a national aspect, you're just being aggressive, and kind of from the fear of being absorbed. You know what I mean? So I can kind of agree with you in a sense. I can kind of agree with you. I wouldn't call it xenophobia, because xenophobia strictly stems from fear of the other. But white nationalism is just I would say it's the intention is positive and not negative. Fear is more like the negative side. Positive is just you trying to be progressive and your intentions is good. I don't know if there's really a big difference, but that's how I see it. I want to welcome in another great guest. I hope I was clear on the distinction that I was trying to make between nationalism and xenophobia, right? You know what we should do? We should look it up. Let's just do that. That way we can, get an honest look at it and it don't be biased. I'll just type it into, AI and let AI do all the hard work and see what happens, Let's see. What is the difference between let's see. Let's move this. Stop sharing screen. Present. Share screen. Let's do this. All right. Sorry, guys. There we go. All right. So, xenophobia, an irrational fear, hatred, or distrust of people from other countries, culture, or ethnic backgrounds. Outsiders, emotional-based fear, suspicion, hostility. Example, opposing immigration because you believe foreigners will ruin the country or culture. Nationalism, a belief in promoting and prioritizing the interests of one's nation, often emphasizing national sovereignty, pride, and unity. Sheesh. And unity and its success or superiority of one's own country and its success or superiority. Emotional based pride, loyalty, identity. Example, advocating for economic policies that benefit your country even at the expense of international cooperation or cooperation. Okay. The key differences, right? Foreigners, outsiders, one own. So xenophobia focuses on the outsider. Nationalism focuses on one's own nation. The motivation factor behind xenophobia is fear or hatred of others, pride in one's own nations. Xenophobia, it can exist any national alliance, nationalism, any fear of hatred of others. The moral tone generally negative and discriminatory, and xenophobia, nationalism, and that's what I said. It's more positive. But to be honest, I don't think there's big distinction. I think you can have nationalism from xenophobia, or xenophobia can be looked at as nationalism. I think these may be two sides of the same coin. But I think you can have nationalism without xenophobia, right? Yeah. Nationalism can be aggressive. And I think the only way you're probably trying to be aggressive is either being greedy and wanting to extract people's resources or fearful of other people may want to take your resources or do something harmful to you. So I wouldn't split hairs on those things. I think he made a good point on that. It does sound like it. The definition lines up. I mean, to me, it's just like the reasoning that could be for it, you know, the causation, you know. It says in practice, xenophobia and nationalism can overlap, especially nationalism, where nationality identity is tied to a particular ethnicity or race. Exclusionary nationalism, where being a real citizen means being born in a specific culture, religion, or bloodline, leading to discrimination against immigrants or minorities. Yeah, man, I wouldn't split hairs with that, and I'm glad that I didn't. You know, I believe that I kind of conceded to the point, you know, and I think I made some fair critiques to just on the positive aspect of it. How do we get back to where we was at? All right. What's up, still, man? Generally specific says systematic entails that it is ratified and codified into law to put one peoples above all others. We don't see that anywhere in the West. I don't think that that's true. I think we do see that in the West, but it's just subtle. It's really subtle. It's not overt. You know, they can't be overt with it. What you see is in the law, to where you're not supposed to be, you know, putting one people over another. You see in law being against discriminatory practices. But also you can use the same law to discriminate, right? Like you have the right in your private business to hire whoever you want to, right? To a certain degree. So you can still use that as discriminatory. Also, whenever you have businesses and government, you know, they just now started. I don't necessarily see like civil rights and these DEI initiatives being actually successful, right? Because you have token colored people, right, in there. It doesn't move the bar. These people are just there as tokens. I don't believe that it is genuine. I believe that they're there just for appearance purposes, right? So that's how I see it. Let's continue. Hope that makes sense. For some reason, my words have been being jumbled, and I'm glad I'm coming back out because you know I got to get my vocabulary back up. I got to get more comfortable with speaking in front of you guys. So you know that's part of the reason why we're doing this. Let's go. Chairman of the board, welcome, sir. How you doing?
Man, dude, thanks for having me up. And I didn't know you were having the Rockstar GS on here too, man. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate that.
I've seen you get ridiculed by so many different people, man. It ain't even funny.
Likewise, but his opinion is his opinion nonetheless. Do you have any comments on anything thus far, the chairman of the board?
Yeah, I have a totally different definition for this than y'all do.
Mhm.
I think that white nationalism is exactly like black nationalism. It's pride and immutable characteristics that causes self-deception.
I wonder what he meant by that, because he was talking negative against pride, and I don't think pride is innately negative. Extreme pride, is it negative? Yes, right, because it forces you to be aggressive, right? So in that sense, yes, but innately, heck no. I do think he does some conflating here also. Sheesh. I do think he does some conflating, and the self deception part of it. I would like him to elaborate on that himself, but he's not here. But I wonder what he meant by that. Let's continue.
There's like several different things y'all are discussing here that are unrelated to both nationality and the color of your skin, and that's immigration doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it except for the changing culture. And multiculturalism, culture doesn't have anything to do with skin color or really nationality.
Let me slow this down a little bit because I got it sped up. And the chairman speaks kind of fast already. So let me put it back to normal and restart that.
I didn't know you were having the Rockstar GS on here too, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I've seen you get ridiculed by so many different people, man. It ain't even funny.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise, but his opinion is his opinion nonetheless. Do you have any comments on anything thus far, the chairman of the board?
Yeah, I have a totally different definition for this than y'all do. I think nationalism is exactly like black nationalism. It's pride in immutable characteristics that causes self-deception. There's like several different things y'all are discussing here that are unrelated to both nationality and the color of your skin, and that's immigration doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it except for the changing culture. And multiculturalism, culture doesn't have anything to do with skin color or really nationality.
So he's confusing. I don't think he really knows what nationalism is. For him to say immigration or multiculturalism doesn't have nothing to do with white nationalism. Whenever we read in the definition that nationalists seek to, keep people out of their, seek to keep other people, right, that are not them, out of power. So I don't see how he made that distinction. I didn't challenge it because I just wanted to let him get it out. And then he kept going further and I forgot to go back to it. But nationalism absolutely deals with like immigration. Like the point of nationalism is not wanting others to be in the high positions of your nation. That's what immigration has to do with it. And immigration, immigrants are others, right?
It's something completely different. I guess if you're overly concerned with the traits that you were born with or the location that you were born in, things that you had no control over, then you're really occupying your mind with something that's wasteful.
So be concise with your definition again, just to be clear. I do think that's a valid point when it comes to like phenotypical traits, like your appearance. If you think that your appearance is one of the things that you should be like fighting for, like how you look, instead of like maybe like your culture, your heritage, and things of that nature, then I believe that that's silly also in that aspect. And whenever you get into racism is a part of that too, because they try to make your biology of your appearance like a negative thing, and also in religious aspects also they'll try to make it seem like the reason certain people have darker skin is because they're cursed, and it puts a negative connotation on it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I can agree with that part of what he said. I don't think people should be fighting for the appearance of how they want their nation to look. I think we dealt with that in Nazi Germany, where they were trying to make a specific type of people using eugenics and, trying to breed the certain type of people that they want, like overtly, instead of just like letting it happen naturally. So whenever you do that type of thing and try to direct biology and direct evolution and direct the population in a certain way, you're going down a slippery slope. That's another discussion for another time.
If you can't control it, why have pride?
Your definition of white nationalism. I thought that was a silly thing to say too. If you can't control it, why have pride? I understand what he was saying in context, but generally speaking, there's a lot of things that we don't have control over that we have pride over. And, people do it all the time. Whether it's right or not is a different issue. But, like the fact that people are patriotic for the nation that they were accidentally born into or born into by chance and still are patriotic and they willing to fight for and die for it, like that's a prime example. But we have wars over that type of stuff. Like people go to war in order to fight for their patriotism of the country that they were born into, that they had no cause over. They had no, I don't know why words are slipping my damn brain right now. They had no fact of the matter. They had no causation. I can't think of the damn word, but you know what the hell I'm getting at. People fight over dumb shit all the time, basically.
My definition of nationalism is nationalism and white nationalism. They're two different things that when you put them together, like it doesn't matter, right? Nationalism by itself is also prideful. Mm-hmm. And concern about what race you are is also prideful because they're things that you can't control.
So, and GS, is nationalism negative?
I don't think so. It's kind of interesting because when I was kind of pondering in your premise here, I had a couple of questions. That's why I wanted to define what valid is, what you consider to be the term definition valid. But I am a nationalist. I love my nation. I love America. I'm willing to fight and die.
GS kept pushing me to, pin down a definition of valid, but I can give my definition, and we don't necessarily have to go off the dictionary definition of valid, because my thing is I want to know other people's perspective, right? You know what I'm saying? So you don't even have to go off the definition dictionary of valid, because I'm asking for people's opinion. So it really wasn't relevant. I just want to know if, GS, chairman, from their perspective, is it valid, regardless of what the definition in the dictionary says? Because, the definition of the dictionary, everyone don't accept the dictionary definitions, right? You know what I mean? So just in general, I just want to know people's opinions,
Die for it. I put on a uniform for it, and I would do so again if the need arose. I think any man that would not defend his territory, whether it's his town, whether it's his home, whether it's his city, whether it's his state, whether it's his country, it's probably not worthy of the moniker man. That said, I happen to be a white person who loves his nation, and there's nothing stopping a black person from loving the same nation, and we have that common tie that would bind.
Yeah, I think GS made a good point to Chairman's point, because Chairman was like, hey, if you concerned with race or whatever, but it's not that, like you said, it's not that you concerned with it. It's something that you can't help. Like GS said, like, I happen to be that, he understands that it's nothing that he can't help. So since he is that, he does take pride in it and willing to fight and die for it. Is that a negative? Now.
But not to the exclusion of other people. Does that make sense?
It does, but you don't have a nation.
That's an.
I think he was being a little facetious here. You know what I mean? Like, I think we all understood what he was saying. Like, if you belong to a nation, that's your nation. Like, you claim it. You know what I mean? Like, I think we all here in America get to lay claim to America, especially somebody like GS, who actually went into the military, so he has more claim maybe than I do. You know what I mean? Maybe, I would give that to him. Maybe somebody else wouldn't, but any nation that you belong to, you take allegiance to, go to war with, I don't have a problem with them saying, hey, this is my nation. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's willing to fight and die over something, hell, you might want to get that to them,
An interesting premise. Go ahead and
well, show me the title of the nation you own.
The title.
Yeah, like, are you a king? Like you said, you have a nation, right? Which nation is yours?
Oh, I belong to a nation.
So you're a part of a collective of people that collected, like is it like a commune? What is it? You don't really have ownership. You just think you do, or what is it?
I mean, this is starting to sound like soft citizen kind of talk now.
No. I'm just trying to follow.
GS looked like he wants some shine. So if you're going to have a deep dive conversation of ideologies and worldviews with potentially a pseudo debate, then it's important to define terms, if that makes sense. Absolutely. But if I'm asking people what their opinion is, we don't necessarily have to go with what the standard definition is, right? I think people look at it because look, we all had three definitions of nationality and all looked in dictionaries. You know what I'm saying? We all had three definitions of white nationalism. I mean, so I don't think it hurt the conversation at all that we didn't deal with validity of or what valid is until later on. We didn't even discuss it, you know, because we're having the conversation. I'm asking you straight up and you giving your opinion on it, but I get what you're saying, but I just don't think that it was that important at the time because everybody know what valid means, you know, and it might not be valid to me and it may be valid to you. And that's really all I want to know, regardless of what the dictionary definition is. Chambers of logic. Do you realize they only fight for false flag government lies? I think that's an interesting point too. It's kind of off topic, but yeah, I agree that sometimes, you know, we have bogus wars. I don't know if that's only, right? You said only. I do agree that there have been bogus wars. But we don't have to do that right there. Yeah. So he did point out that there are a few definitions of nation. Thus, after I looked up the definition, I saw where Chairman was coming from, so it widened my understanding. Indeed.
Follow your logic. You claim to have a nation. I'm asking you which nation it is you own.
The United States. I don't own a nation.
So you don't have a nation then?
Well, I would say he belongs to a nation, but before we get into that, I want Anson. Should I call you Anson or
yeah, Anson's fine.
And to your other point, GS, this was never intended to be a debate. You know, I think that's kind of what people expected, you know, and I think we did do a little back and forth at the end, but that's why I directed the show like I did, right? Because I didn't want it to turn contentious and I didn't want it to be debate. I was genuinely interested in people's opinions, you know, white, black, Mexican, whatever. I did not want this to be a debate. I wanted to have intellectual conversation. I think we did just that, right? And sometimes we have to go back and forth about issues in order to iron out certain, you know, context and certain concepts. And that's okay, but that don't mean it's a debate. Every conversation doesn't have to be a debate, right? We can just talk it out. We can just dialogue. And that's what I wanted to do. And I think we did a good job of it. I think we debated small things, you know, and it was fun. Like we can debate about it another time. I really wasn't interested in debating this issue. I really wanted to hear you guys out. And you came through big time, right? You really did. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I went by that on the internet for a really long time. So yeah.
Okay. Anson, I want you to say before we get into that, what is nationalism negative?
It depends on whether or not it's excessive. It's yeah, depending on the story. Like if you're centering your entire worldview around nationalism and your race, then yeah, it could be excessive. Yeah.
Okay. I want y'all to keep those topics on your mind. Do not let that go. Keep it on the top of your mind frame. But let's go through some of these first because it's going to lead us right into it. We're going to have an open discussion at the end. But for now, I just want to get into these topics about nationalism in general. So the premise, right? If it's going to be a debate, then it's going to be a debate. I didn't want this. I think most people thought this was going to be a debate, but I'm glad it didn't turn into that. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes we just got to converse about these issues. Don't you agree? Like we don't have to fight about every fucking thing. Like sometimes conversation is needed, and how much does that happen, right? Even whenever I see other hosts and other shows be trying to have conversations, they be acting like they really want to have an intellectual conversation, but they always trying to get the I got you moment. And this wasn't one of those. And I hope it didn't come off as that way, right? Because I actually gave some validity to the premise, to the questions that I was asking. So I wasn't, on one side or the other, right? Even though it did become a little contentious at the end, but I think I did a good job of staying in the middle, and I think I did a good job of staying true to what I really feel about the questions that I was asking, you know, and that's why I was saying that I would potentially get my black card revoked. You know what I mean? Because I took a position that don't many black people take, right? And I think that's refreshing to hear on both sides, right? So, consider the fact that the white birth rate is declining. Should they not take an aggressive nationalistic stance? GS.
Well, I mean, it's interesting that I still would like to get to the definition of valid, because I mean that's kind of the crux of is white nationalism valid? But
will you hold on to that? Will you keep that, and we'll come back to it?
But according to the stats, as far as by ethnic group of mother, blacks are 52 births per thousand black potential mothers, whereas whites are 51. So I don't really see a big disparity between the black birth rate, the white birth rate. Matter of fact, it seems like Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders are crushing with us.
I wish you could come in because I want to deal with those stats. I haven't seen those stats, and I don't know if I want to necessarily look them up because I didn't disagree with you. Because I don't think it was contrary to the point that I was making. I think that was a good point to be made. That it's not as serious as it may seem. But then whenever I took it to the global aspect, I think it made it more, it brings more caution to the issue. It brings more, it makes the situation more dire. Whenever you think of white people being 10% of the global population, that may bring concern to some people. So, and I wasn't meaning to confuse you either, going back and forth between, US stats and global stats. I just wanted to talk about both. You know what I mean? So it was not my intention to kind of convolute the conversation. I just wanted to look at it where we are as in the United States and look at it as a whole and examine both,
79 births per 1,000. That would be the capita of 1,000 as opposed to the normal 100,000 per capita, the metric that is being measured. So I don't really see a distinction between the birth rates of blacks and whites. And is the entailment because we are a white majority country and are losing a foothold on that majority? Is that why we're digging down and drilling down on that?
I mean, that's what that implies. But if you don't see it as an issue, then you don't see it as an issue. If you don't, because some people see that the declining birth rate of white births as an issue. But if you don't see it as such, then it's not an issue, correct? With you?
Well, I don't really see it as an issue. I think it's nature's equilibrium. Nature will always equalize eventually. And I understand your point, by the way. Thank you for correcting me, Chairman. As far as what a nation is, it's a group of people that might share like a commonality of a language or customs or culture. I appreciate you correcting me, and it's not about sovereignty.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I thank you for that correction, by the way.
So, Chairman.
Yeah. You want my take on this?
Please.
Yeah, so I don't understand what white birth rates declining have to do with nationalism. I thought that births were caused by like sex, and like the actual rates are more impacted by like the three things that most impact birth rates are poverty, whether or not women are educated, and access to contraception. Right. And none of those things have anything to do with nationalism. So I think that they're unrelated factors unless you take into like account that white historic white culture valued things like 100 years ago, like the cultural norms that would have promoted more births right? If you talk about cultural differences and apply prior culture to today and extrapolate out that that's white culture, maybe you could make an argument, but I would just say it's a culture thing in general.
Well, let me give you the argument because why I wrote this question, because one of the arguments is because uh, white birth rates are declining, some white people feel obligated to take an aggressive white nationalist perspective because they don't want to be, moved out of power, right? So you take an aggressive white nationalistic perspective because the birth rates are declining and you have pride in your nation and you want your nation to continue to be what it was founded to be or what you believe it to be. You know what I'm saying? That is the argument. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, I don't know what people say. I've never met anyone that said that before. That like,
well, what do you think about that perspective? You never
well,
heard it before. I want to know what you think about.
Well, I mean, I was raised to be a bigot, and none of the people that raised me even said anything that stupid. So I don't know. I don't know.
I think that was interesting on both GS and Chairman's point. They both made the point like, bro, where the fuck are you getting these stats from? Where the fuck are you getting these opinions from? You know what I mean? But I feel like these are narratives that are out there. So, it was just good to address them, right? And being that these are facts, right? As far as, white people only representing 10% of the population of the global population and is in jeopardy of being absorbed, you would then think that somebody would take an aggressive stance to stop that, right? I don't think that anybody with common sense would think that people that's in power that want to stay in power wouldn't put measures in place to try to slow that down or stop it from happening. Now, can they? That's a different story. But people that's in power do not want to lose power. So wouldn't it seem logical that people would, institute different policies, measures, what have you, in order to keep that power for the future? And I think people do. And that was the crux of the conversation or the question, the topic that I was trying to get to.
I don't know what kind of white racists you've been hanging out with, but none of them said anything like that.
So you don't. I'm not asking you.
I'm saying it's a silly notion, is what I'm saying.
And I'm saying why?
Because it doesn't logically follow anything. Like,
you have to give a reason. Anson is smart. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about right now. I just gave the logic. I didn't give it to him just then, when the live was going, but I assumed that this logic follows. You know what I mean? Like, it's not hard to conceive. Anyways.
I am. I'm saying it's making correlations without causation, and there's no logical consistency to the statement whatsoever. So anyone who says it is saying something that is basically just out of fear and feelings and unrelated to real. Like, how people are. They say things that are stupid just because they're afraid, right? That's all that is.
So you don't believe that the causation, whatever the reasons, right? The birth rate is declining. So yeah, these are facts. You know what I mean? As far as like what I'm about to say right now, like these are facts. The question is, what are people going to do about it? Right. But GS made another interesting claim, like per capita is not a big deal, but it is still declining nonetheless. You don't give white people validity to have an aggressive stance because since the birth rate is declining, they can potentially be absorbed and lose the white nation. I'm going to let you come in after GS. You don't think that that's valid?
No, well, I don't think it's valid because the things to fix the declining birth rate is to prevent women from getting an education, take away their contraception, and make them poor. And that's why the African countries in Africa don't have a birth rate problem is because they have those factors, right? They're poor, they don't educate their women, and they don't really have access to as much contraception as we do, right? So I mean, if we institute those same programs, then we'll have the same birth rate as Africa.
I don't really get that. I don't get what he was saying, because we're talking about white people being the minority of the planet, and he's talking about instituting contraceptive. That wouldn't help that case. So let me run that back. Maybe I misunderstood what he was saying. Perspective, because the birth rates are declining, and you have pride in your nation, and you want your nation to continue to be what it was founded to be, or what you believe it to be. You know what I'm saying? That is the argument. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, I don't know what people say. I've never met anyone that said that before. That like.
Well, what do you think about that perspective? You never heard it before. I want to know what you think about.
Well, I mean, I was raised to be a bigot, and none of the people that raised me even said anything that stupid. So I don't know what kind of white racist you've been hanging out with, but none of them said anything like that.
So you don't. I'm not asking you.
I'm saying it's a silly notion, is what I'm saying.
And I'm saying why?
Because it doesn't logically follow anything. Like,
you have to give a reason. Why?
I'm saying it's making correlations without causation, and there's no logical consistency to the statement whatsoever. So anyone who says it is saying something that is basically just out of fear and feelings and unrelated to, like, you know how people are. They say things that are stupid just because they're afraid, right? That's all that is.
So you don't believe that the causation, whatever the reasons, right? The birth rate is declining, right? But GS made another interesting claim, like per capita is not a big deal, but it is still declining nonetheless. You don't give white people validity to have an aggressive stance, because since the birth rate is declining, they can potentially be absorbed and lose the white nation. I'm going to let you come in after GS. You don't think that that's valid?
No, well, I don't think it's valid, because the things to fix the declining birth rate is to prevent women from getting an education, take away their contraception, and make them poor. And
I don't understand why he interjected that. He said, I don't think the reason to fix those things are to take that away from women. But if you do take contraception away from women, they have more babies. And I think less educated women also have more babies also. Am I tripping? Did I hear him right? I'm not. Hold on.
Anything that's stupid. So I don't know what kind of white racist you've been hanging out with, but none of them said anything like that.
So you don't. I'm not asking you.
I'm saying it's a silly notion, is what I'm saying.
And I'm saying why?
Because it doesn't logically follow anything. Like,
you have to give a reason. Why?
I'm saying it's making correlations without causation, and there's no logical consistency to the statement whatsoever. So anyone who says it is saying something that is basically just out of fear and feelings and unrelated to, like, you know how people are. They say things that are stupid just because they're afraid, right? That's all that is.
So you don't believe that the causation, whatever the reasons, right? The birth rate is declining, right? But GS made another interesting claim, like per capita is not a big deal, but it is still declining nonetheless. You don't give white people validity to have an aggressive stance, because since the birth rate is declining, they can potentially be absorbed and lose the white nation. I'm going to let you come in after GS. You don't think that that's valid?
No, well, I don't think it's valid, because the things to fix the declining birth rate is to prevent women from getting an education, take away their contraception, and make them poor. And that's why the African countries.
Oh, I think I get it. He said the things that will fix that is to do those things. So I get what he's saying, but those are all negative things. So I don't know.
In Africa don't have a birth rate problem is because they have those factors, right? They're poor, they don't educate their women, and they don't really have access to as much contraception as we do, right? So I mean, if we institute those same programs, then we'll have the same birth rate as Africa.
GS.
Well, I mean, I do want to correct something. Although, I mean, if we look at per capita of the 52,
I see his point, but it does nothing for the premise, right? He said if we implement these things, which are negative things, then here in America, we wouldn't have to worry about those things, or even worldwide. But all those things are negative things. So those are things that you wouldn't want to implement anyway. So that's really not helping. So, and my premise is, to take an aggressive nationalistic stance, it may not be negative either, but that'll help. So, I see what he's saying, but I don't think it really follows. Sub gamer. Thank you.
Ethnically black women are giving birth for per 1,000 versus 51. And I don't know how that equates to, well, if blacks are 13% of the population and whites are what, 56, 57%. I don't know if that exponentially is a problem for the white race, if the white race is afraid of getting bred out of, dominance or demographically superior numbers.
GS is right in terms of America, but in terms of the global population, it's still an issue. But even here in America, it's still an issue. He's right, but I think we could pull something up that even says if America keeps reproducing how it's reproducing, that even white people here in America in the short future will be potentially absorbed. And I'm saying absorbed, and that's not the correct jargon. It's not the correct verbiage, but you guys know what I mean, and it's definitely a possibility. But if you don't see it as an issue, you don't see it as an issue, nonetheless.
I got to be careful what I say because I know there are people out there salivating, hoping I'll say some great
already clipped
crap.
it. Already clipped it.
Yeah. Nah, GS, just be honest. Don't be careful on what you say. Say how you feel, but because it's okay though, bro. Like you feel how you feel, and if you feel a particular way, you should be able to stand on it. So if somebody takes something and clip you, and as long as they keep it in context and that's how you feel, it should be okay. Like if you don't like whoever, who the fuck gives a fuck if that's how you really feel. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be. I'm not saying that that's your position, but here's the point that. And that's one of the reasons why I brought GS on the panel, because he's one of those guys that, will hold his position, even if it's an unpopular position like myself. I want to deal with people that's genuine. And, I know GS has a lot of haters. I don't know for what reasons. And I don't really, want to get into that on my show. But the GS that I have seen, he hasn't been scared to stand on his positions no matter what they are. And I respect people in that manner. But I will say to what you said, right? Let me add to the argument. European people / white people are the majority of the planet, are the minority of the planet, right?
8%. Yep, 8%.
Exactly. So if you look at it in that context, right, replacement theory, that white people will eventually be absorbed by brown people. Does that concern you, either of you guys? Not in America, but. So replacement theory is a theory, but it's also a potential reality. Like science says, that is the way the world is moving, and it's an eventual inevitability. I think that would scare some people. I think it does scare some people, right? Whether the guys on the panel are willing to admit it or not, if I thought that people of my complexion were in fear of being absorbed, or I don't want to say eradicated, but just, procreated out of existence. You know what I'm saying? Bred out of existence. I think that would have some concern for me, even though, it might be nature's course. It wouldn't make me feel good, right? And especially if I'm somebody that's empowered and potentially has the power to do something about it, I might try to do something about it. That's just me. I'm one of those type of guys. I'm one of those type of guys that if I have power, I'm going to use it, even if it's against somebody else. Like, I'm that guy, and I'm not ashamed to say it, you know. But in a worldwide sense,
Well, I mean, if we're talking demographics, 10% can become 100%, if you know what I mean.
I mean, how 10% can become 100%, but by what means?
The thing that we always get accused of: colonizing, warmongering, conquering. I
Right.
mean, you could say a lot about white people. We're really nice until we're not. And then when we're not nice, we really do conquer a lot of things.
Well, I think that's a valid, I wouldn't say accusation, but that's historically correct. But my question was, is that an issue for GS? Do you believe that that's an issue?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just a number. A demographic is a demographic. I believe that there's. I
No, we're
mean,
not talking about demographics. We're talking about the potential of white people to be absorbed by brown people and become non-existent. Is that an issue for GS
I don't think
specifically?
I don't think it's an issue if it happens naturally. I think it's an issue if it's being created.
And all honestly, I was surprised that GS took that position. I thought he would have an issue with that. I really did.
And I think there is a potentiality for the NGOs and some of the stuff that's been going on in the West right now. I think there's a potentiality that that's part of the design. And by the way, I don't know if you want to keep that message up the whole time, but people can't see our names or anything like that, or for the comment or
Thank
the
you.
new. There you go. But
Thank you.
um, yeah, I don't listen if it's my time to go.
And I don't know why the hell it's not showing our names under our boxes. So if anybody can help me with that, I would appreciate it, because I would like you guys' names to be up there along with mine, so people can know who you are if they come in to the show later, whatever the case may be. But yeah, I don't know how to do that. I was looking for it the whole time, and I'm still looking for it now. I can't find it. So if you know, let me know.
It's my time to go. I'm not clinging to this world. First off, my treasures aren't stored down here.
That's an interesting perspective. So you said if it happens naturally, then let nature take its course. But if somebody is actually directing it, then you see it as a negative.
Well, I mean, would you how found out target minority neighborhoods to abort more black babies than were born?
Yeah, I think that's the case, and I do think that's an atrocity. I agree with you, but I just wanted to know your position, and I believe that that's valid. So, what if the person that did that had that fear, right? What if Margaret Sanger, were doing those things, wanting to abort brown babies because she was in the fear, which I know, I know her reasons, right? But people don't always show their full hand, right? It was because, she thought basically, other people, specifically black people, were like less than, right? She saw us as like feeble-minded, and she saw us as, less than her people, and were like a hindrance. So that's why she wanted to institute those practices. But also it could be somebody might want to institute those practices because the premise of what we're talking about right now. I don't see that as being far-fetched. Chairman.
Yeah. In order for me to be concerned about the breeding decisions of all of the other white people, I would have to assume concern for all these other people's behavior that's really none of my damn business.
But we're not necessarily talking about the breeding habits of other people. We're talking about a people potentially being wiped out from breeding. Yeah, that is the cause. But I want to talk about the conclusion of that. You know what I'm saying? The effects of that. right? That's where I want to talk to. And he keeps trying to put it on the cause, but I want to talk about the effects and what potential measures people would take, should take, and how you feel about it, right? So I feel like he kept shifting right there, but nonetheless, I got what he was saying. So, not necessarily concerned about breeding, but concerned about your heritage not existing in the future. Like,
Oh no, I'm not worried about that. I had children, and I'm training them to carry on the legacy and name of my family that I have hundreds of years of history of that I'm passing on to my children. There are subcultures in the white community that are breeding, and not all of us will disappear. I have no concern about that.
Absolutely. That is that is great perspective from both of you guys. I now want to bring in Pan African James to the panel. Would you like to comment?
Peace to the panel. Very interesting topic. I mean, and unexpected. I'm unfamiliar with both of the gentlemen on the panel, but I think that this is an interesting topic that's very needed in America, as far as like Europeans and African Americans having a conversation about what's going on in this nation. So thank you for allowing me to.
I just want to say thank you to all my guests, but especially Pan African James. I was surprised that more of my Black friends didn't show up, whether it be my friends in real life or my YouTube buddies, because in private, you know, Black people got a lot to say about these issues, right? And then I give people the opportunity to come and address white people about these issues that they claim they have an issue with, and only one person showed up. That kind of surprised me, right? But I do think people thought it would be more contentious than it was, and I don't think people are interested in debating these things or fighting over these things. I think people expected a shit show, but nonetheless, if you got a lot to say in private, come say it in public. You know, like, what's wrong with having an intellectual conversation about the things that matter the most? Which I think this is an imminent matter. I think this is a concerning matter for some people. Now, it may not be to any of us on the panel, but you know, I think we should still have the conversation for the world, because some people feel this way, and maybe if they hear us and hear these white guys and hear this Black guy, they might not be as concerned. Or maybe it needs to be put on somebody else's radar to do something about it one way or the other. Nonetheless, these conversations need to be had, and we can't have it without each other. You know what I'm saying? I think it makes no sense for Black people to sit amongst themselves and talk about this shit, or white people to sit amongst themselves and talk about this shit, but be scared to have casual conversation, dialogue about it with each other without it being contentious. I think that that's silly. And that's exactly why I wanted to have this show. And I'm glad. And for the people that showed up, much respect. And the people that didn't, catch me next time.
Jump on the panel. Right now, I don't really have anything to say about that topic. And as far as like breeding, I mean, it kind of sounds like that's what y'all are speaking on now. I don't even know these guys' position. Are they European nationals?
I agree, Dove. I definitely agree that you know, it's hard to tell if some people are being honest and genuine with the conversation, right? That's an aspect of it too. Nonetheless, the conversations got to be had.
Yes or no?
Well, no, it's not their position. The position is the topic that's on the screen, right? So there is a fact of the matter that the European race is the minority of the planet. And my question was to the Europeans that's on the panel, you know, my guys, do they have an issue with, potentially like being absorbed, like identity wise, you know what I'm saying? Like, because if the brown people on the planet, whatever nationality you may, the majority is the melanated people, if things keep going, and what science says, if things keep going at the rate that it is, like in the not too far future, the European identity could potentially be, gone. and not necessarily gone, because like the chairman said, you can still teach that you have that heritage, but it's people in the chat of the white persuasion. Is this an issue for you guys? I want to know. Drop it in the chat. As far as their complexion, that complexion could be a thing of the past in the near future. And I asked him if they had an issue with that, and both of them seemed to say no, except GS, the guy that's directly up under me. He said he don't have a problem with it, but if somebody is intentionally trying to, like, you know, genocide of people or absorb of people intentionally, then that is an issue. And
okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if I took that to the extreme whenever I said that, you know, if you absorb a people, right, or if somebody get bred out, could that be seen as genocide? If it's intentional, yes, but even if it's unintentional, I don't think it could be seen as genocide, right? But I do think that, you know, people do know what they're doing whenever they try to like breed into other cultures, like, right? Because like whenever I see like places like Australia, right? Whenever, you know, Europeans came in and they colonized Australia, they dwindled down the population, and then they start procreating with the natives, and now the offspring have legitimacy in like the government and legitimate claim to the land, is what I want to say, right? The offspring are not looked at as much as, you know, outsiders, but to the people who are, you know, more indigenous, you know, didn't breed with outside people, they'll look at the offspring, but still they more lenient of them, right? So whenever I look at things like that, I do believe that that's purposeful, right? You go conquer other nations, dwindle down the population, procreate with the population, and now your people are in power, right? But the perception of it, the appearance of it, right, it looks like the people that are from there. And I think that strategy has been done over and over again. And I always bring it up. I'm gonna continue to bring it up. Whenever you look at Australia, it was done there. Whenever you look at South America, it was done there. To the point to where the indigenous people are the people that's in power. They don't look like the indigenous people there, right? And some of the people who are lighter look down on the dark people whose people the really land originated to or belong to. So it happened in Australia, South America, Central America, North America, try to do it in Africa, you could say so, and even in Asia, right? Because whenever you look at them, those people, they are originally dark too. But I don't think it was from conquest from the lighter complexion. That's an inquiry that I would like to get into with somebody that's Asian. How did the Asian complexion get as light as it is, right? Because whenever you look at the older Asian population, some of those people are really dark. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. People may not agree, but I think that that's a strategy that's have been implemented.
I agree with both of their positions. I don't think that they really have anything to worry about, just like I don't think that Africans really have anything to worry about. However,
Peace, Dom.
I will admit that they do have a natural, seemingly history of trying to remove people from their indigenous lands for their own financial and.
I thought James was gonna go there. You know what I'm saying? He was riding the fence. I thought he was gonna say, well, it seems as if white people have a natural disposition to want to, you know, kick people's ass. That wouldn't have been a negative thing to say. Throw it out there. You know? Shit.
Purposes or whatever their agenda may be. Because we have history of this throughout history. You know, we've seen what happened in America. This used to be Native American land. We no longer barely even see them.
We'll get to that point. We will get to that point. But GS did kind of throw that out there as that being an issue. He said that was one of the things that they do get accused of, and I said
not accused. It's a historical fact.
Historical That is a historical fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
so
that's not the issue at hand. We will get to that. So keep that at the top of your mind. We will revisit that. So let's go to the next question, right? So, being that white people founded this nation, why is it bad for them to want to keep others out of power and keep it a primarily white governed nation? Like, why does that have to be a negative thing? Do you guys see that as a negative thing? Like, chat, is that a negative? Like me, for example, right? You know, I'm okay with saying that, you know, if me and people that look like me founded a nation, I probably would want to keep it in my family. Like if I'm honest, you know what I'm saying? And whatever means that I have to take in order to do that, you know, so be it. I don't think people are necessarily in the wrong for doing that. So my question to you guys is that a negative since white people founded this nation and they wanted to be a white nation from inception? Is it bad to want to keep it that way? GS.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting that the gentleman who just entered,
Pan African James.
your thing's down in the way, so I can't. Okay, that's okay. Pan African James. He put forward a premise. The premise was that that white people have conquered other indigenous people and taken their wealth and their stuff.
perspective. So basically, you're asking me do I understand if somebody that's stronger comes into a territory and takes it over, is that okay?
No. The concept of the international concept of the law of conquest that nations recognize. Hold on, nations recognize that there's this concept of if you take it, it's yours.
That's what I just said. You said if a stronger people comes into a territory and takes it, it's okay.
Yeah,
that's what I just said. But what? Hold on. Let me.
All got together and said it's okay when these people conquer everyone else except for when Whitey does it. Suddenly it's a freaking problem. Well, suddenly we have a problem. When the Zulus were rampaging all over South Africa, and then the Boyers came and started making treaties and brought superior tactics and weaponry and started making treaties with the smaller tribes to fight off the Zulus and did land treaties and land deals and land purchases and then farmed the land, made it arid, made it actually worth putting livestock and food into when it was sitting there the whole time and no one else could figure out how to do it. Suddenly now, present day, they want to take it and they kill the Boyer and take the land back. What are you going to do with it once you get it? It's just going to go. It's just going to go. It's just going to go blank again, dude.
Isn't that the law of conquest? Isn't that the law of conquest, though? Right. The Boers got weak and fat on their farms, and now they're having their stuff taken from them because the whole law of conquest is based. The law of conquest is based on power.
So that's an interesting argument. Yeah, the power was that a minority of whites in South Africa were running things, and pre-apartheid, when apartheid was happening. Johannesburg.
Excuse me. I really want to go down this line, but I have some topics that I want to go.
Right. I mean, this is exactly the topic. I'm pointing to a place on the map at a particular point in time and period where there was a white nationalist or supremacy or whatever, which was apartheid in South Africa, where things were amazing. They had the best hospital in the world.
He said it was amazing.
The infrastructure was amazing. The Krugerrand was like the apartheid valued currency on the planet. And then post apartheid, everything fell apart. So
I got you.
That's my argument. That's my argument. History.
I got you. But this is a rebuttal to what James said. It's really been dealing with the question that's on it. But I want to go down that line of inquiry. So if you please write it down, I want to revisit it. But I want to get these out the way. I don't mind going there because you're making some good points. That's fine. we're not gonna stray away from these points, Diaz. Believe me, we gonna get it in. But I just want to touch on these points first, if you don't mind, and I would just hope that we can get past these first and then have the open discussion, right? So if you don't mind, will you write that down and bring it back up, please?
All right, it's fine. It's already been stated. So
right.
Can we get to what valid means before we proceed?
Well, the thing
What's your
is,
definition of valid?
because we're talking about white nationalist perspective being valid, which wouldn't be my perspective, right? It would be from the white perspective. So it would have to be from a person that actually holds that position. And then we know valid is subjective to the person. So it really doesn't matter what I think. It's from the person who's holding that position, or like you understand what I'm saying? Like, is it valid? Person who holds that position.
I'm saying definitionally valid of an argument or point having a sound basis in logic or fact, reasonable or cogent. Otherwise, or step 2 would be legally binding due to having been executed in compliance with the law, or legally or officially acceptable. These things aren't happening in the world. Matter of fact, the last place that it was happening was Johannesburg during the apartheid. That's why I pointed it out. So when you're saying, is it valid? It doesn't exist. Well, they're trying to replicate it in Poland right now, and they're getting a lot of international pushback. True?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like apparently Poland's not for Polish people. It's got to be for everyone else.
No, I get it.
I'm not saying that that's your statement. I'm saying the world has seemed to look down on that particular aspect of white people, basically Slavics, so to speak, trying to maintain what you're talking about. I think that's the only existing that I've noticed. That's the only place that it's existing, what the template that you're talking about. And I think it is valid that they should be able to have that.
That is the inquiry. It's not nothing that I'm giving. I'm just asking the question, right? And you just said it. You just said a simple point. At the end, after you went through the whole notion, you said at the end that it is valid for people to be able to feel like that and to manifest what they want their nation to be. You know what I'm saying? Since they found it, the Slavs, right? So you believe that it is valid. So there's your answer to that. But my question to you is, being that white people founded this nation, why is it bad for them to want to keep other peoples out of power and keep it primarily a white governed nation? Like you said, the example of Poland, you said that that's valid, but now let's bring it here to America. Is that a negative thing or not?
Okay, so you want to keep it America only. Okay, fine. I didn't understand that was we went completely off the rails all over the world, and now we want to bring it back to America.
I apologize. I had to step away for a minute. I hope I didn't miss too much, but I'm back. So let's keep going. Okay. Yes, this is the question. You know what I'm saying? We can switch it back and forth. You know
I'd like to know what the question is and it not move every time I try to like get it to zero my target.
Thanks,
I get a good shot group going, and all of a sudden you're like, no, we're over here now, and I got to rescope. So okay, we'll focus on America. I'm fine with that.
Can I address the prompt as it's stated?
Please.
So I didn't sign the Constitution, and I didn't found the nation. And in order for me to, I guess, concern myself with the skin color of the people who signed a document 200-something years ago to make decisions about what is appropriate in the culture that I live in today would be insane.
So do you really feel like that? What about if it was you? What if it was you, right? What if you founded a nation and then you wrote in the Constitution, you want this to be passed down to your descendants?
Well, yeah.
Then is it valid?
Yeah. Well, and if I were to found a nation, it would be a monarchy. And like what you're describing, we don't have a monarchy, though. We have a tragedy of the commons system where nobody really owns it. So it's going to degenerate no matter what we do. So it's kind of irrelevant. But the like
I mean, but I don't think it is irrelevant, right? Because I believe that people are intentional, right? I believe that people are intentional trying to preserve power, and I think people take his position also as far as, hey, all nations fall, because I believe that James took the same position also. But in the meantime, in between time, people are trying to preserve power, stay in power. And how long have the people been in power that's in power now? I don't know. Has it been one collective group? Has it been different members? We don't know how that goes. If I was willing to bet, I would say it's only a handful of people, families, corporations, you know what I mean, that's been in power this time. So I don't look at it as like, hey, you know, the nation is going to degenerate and somebody else is going to take over eventually. So there's nothing we can do about it. So there's nothing we should do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's a very optimistic position. I don't think that's you know, a good position to take because you feel like that things are inevitable, that you should do nothing, right? I think people that do nothing can't complain about, you know, the consequences. I think people that take the position that don't do nothing because things are inevitable, you know, don't get to sharing the spoils whenever the motherfuckers who do want to do something about things get shit cracking and things go the other way. I think if you acquiesce, then you consent to whatever is happening.
That's kind of like saying the guy that invented the Saturn V rocket, Werner von Braun. He was a one of the mustache men scientists that we got from Operation Paperclip during World War II. It's kind of like saying a German from World War II who did a lot of bad things came to America and built the rocket that went to the moon. So only those kind of people can go to the moon from now on.
Allegedly.
Right?
I think that was a bad analogy. No, I'll just leave that at that. I think that was a horrible analogy.
It makes zero sense when you apply that logic in other domains, right? Like that doesn't make any sense to you, right?
Because right. That's the reason why it's a bad analogy, because whenever you do put it in different domains, then it doesn't equate, right? But in terms of war and nationality and governance, it does make sense, right? So if you keep it in context, it makes sense. But if you take it and put it in an analogy and take it and put it in a different, you know, a different realm, then no, it don't make sense because the same rules don't apply. That's why it was a bad analogy. So false equivocation, false equivalence.
It's the same logic. I'm just using a different hypothetical to test the logic, right? Just because a specific kind of person made something doesn't mean that they have ownership over it 200 something years later.
No, I definitely get it. But whenever I put myself in that position, and I already stated my position, like I would want to hand something down to my descendants, and then you said yes, I would want it to be a monarchy. But since it's not, then you have an issue with it. And I have the same issue. I have the same contradiction in my mind because, you know, me being I will say I don't want to say victim, right? But I get the shit end of the stick being that I didn't found the nation, but the people who did found the nation, you know, gets to, you know, dictate who they want to rule.
Well, that ain't true. That ain't. Well, so I have ancestors that fought in the Revolutionary War. We don't get to dictate anything today.
Well, I think I did oversimplify it. You know, I think it is more nuanced than that, but what would be a better way to say it, right? Because the people who do found the nations get to put the people in office who they want. Like, that is a true statement. Like, whenever the people, he talking about people that fought in the war, I'm talking about the people who wrote the foundational documents, right? They got to create the cabinets. They were part of it. You know, they got to say, okay, we're creating this type of system. And then it was a voting system. And I don't even know how authentic it was then, because I often, you know, question the validity of our so-called democracy, especially being that we're supposed to have a republic. You know what I mean? So it's true what I said, but yes, to a certain extent. And then also through those same lineages lead up into the present, still have power. I wonder, right? How can we ever find out about these things? They say that the presidents are all related, right? Could we actually look into that, right? Because whenever you look it up, it says it's a conspiracy and it's not so. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if we can if we can substantiate that. But I don't think it's too far-fetched to feel that a lot of the people that's in power, families, groups, have been in power for a long time. I don't think that's a stretch. Well, I didn't say fought in the war. I said founded
Well,
the country.
that was part of the founding. That was the main part of the founding. The people who got out there and actually fired the weapons to run out the British. They founded the nation. They didn't sign the document. My ancestors didn't, but they were part of the founding, right? And that doesn't mean that I get any kind of special treatment today because I have people that I was related to that died a couple hundred years ago, right? That's kind of an irrelevant point.
No, I don't see it as irrelevant, and you make all valid points, but I think I am conflating. And I think if white people realize that there's a difference between the elitist people who own the majority of the country and regular white people, and that white people and black people is in the same boat, and I think we wouldn't have a lot of the issues that we have today because white people do feel like you said, this is not potentially my black card was revoked at that moment. Whenever I say that black people and white people was in the same boat, some of my friends probably did a fucking backflip, right? They probably said, what the fuck is this coon talking about? Anyway. Your country, you know what I'm saying? It belongs to everybody. But there's some people that feel like that it does belong to them, and they own a lot of the land, the biggest corporations and that thing. Hold on, GS. I'm gonna go to Pan-African James. Pan-African James. Do you think it is okay? Do you think it's right? Do you think it's valid for a people that founds a nation, right? That initiates a nation? Is it okay that they want to keep their people in power?
That's the natural thing. So,
I think that was a great answer. I wish he would have kept it that way, but he didn't fuck it up or nothing. But he could have just kept it short and sweet. And I think that is the natural inclination to, if you found a nation, you want to keep it within your specific group, whether it be ethnic group, whether it be family, whether it be political group, whatever. We would be remiss to say, we will be naive to not think that there are teams in this world, and we all belong to a team, whether we realize it or not, right? Because even if you don't accept it, somebody's going to impose it on you, right? So we play teams, right? And it is a race. The only question is, how you going to run it?
To simply just put it, that'd be the natural thing to do as far as any, not even just related to just humans, but any species on the planet would want to be in power in any territory that they're in, especially knowing the history of this country, how it was founded. That's the whole agenda of the country, was to take the land. Yes, it was to take the land from the Native Americans, and claim it as your own. That's what happened. So
I think that I know what he meant. I don't know if it was the agenda of the country, because to say that that's the agenda means that that was the goal. That was part of the inception of the country to get certain people out the way. So yes, in that aspect, but what the agenda of the country is, right, is really laid out in the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, the preamble, those type of things, at least in theory, right? At least in theory.
That's exactly where we're at today. So
I think you should just keep it right there. That is a natural thing to do. If you found a nation and want to pass it down,
that's naturally what happens. And just look, every civilization that's been on top, they eventually fall. So it's nothing that anybody can really all of this is really just arbitrary because America's on the way down right now as we speak. So it's just amazing that we just really just, it's nothing that Europeans can do to stop what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying, in the world? So it's just, it is what it is. You want to be on top, but it's no matter what's going to happen, it's not going to save you. Eventually you're going to fall, just like Rome, just like Egypt, just like the Persians, just like the Assyrians. All of this stuff is just the cycle of life, and Europeans are just getting ready to be on the end cycle of what happens here in America. That's it.
I think that good point. That is an interesting perspective, that this is all just nature, you know, people conquest and people want to stay in power, but eventually all nations fall. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can whine, cry, kick and scream, but all nations fall. And, you know, there hasn't been a time in history to where people, you know, keep their progeny, their family, their descendants in power, even though we have times in history to where people, like people breeded with their own relatives in order to stay in power to keep that, you know what I'm saying? And it came to something negative, you know what I mean? But GS, you wanted to say something else before we move forward?
I just wanted to push back a little bit on what Chambers said. Yeah, so let's just do a little thought experiment real quick. All right. So everyone in here has a little spot of land that their great grandfather cleared and then built some modest structure on, started to work the land, and then their son, your grandfather.
I think this is where GS started arguing with somebody who he thought was chairman. And I'm glad we got that straight later on, because he was kind of getting distracted by the chat. It was kind of putting him at odds with, Anson. So I'm glad we got that situated. But yeah, that was kind of a distraction for him for a second. He got back on track though.
Inherited it. He had a son who was your dad, who inherited it, and then you came along. Now, do you think that just some random people from other places in the world can just walk onto your family farm and just tell you how to run your family farm? Or do you think that there's a manifest destiny that would be applicable in that scenario? Or you just, and if your answer is just let whoever run my farm, then why do you lock your door? Why not just let everyone?
Well, that's kind of strange, GS, because that was the same logic that I was trying to get you guys to understand about apartheid. The same logic. But for some reason, it seems like it's different when it comes to you guys, right? And you'll say it's different when it comes to us, but you understand it whenever you put yourself in those shoes. You like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't nobody got a right to do that. When we talk about South Africa, it's like, oh, it's just it's the law of conquest. You know what I mean? So yeah.
And just rummage through everything that you own, because you own nothing apparently. You have no claim on anything. Any response to that, gentlemen?
So you're saying that I don't know of anyone that made any claim that private property rights don't exist, but the scenario that you laid out is exactly like what's happened with my family. My great grandfather had a lot of land, and what ended up happening was it went to my grandparents, and then inflation and taxes and inheritance being stolen by the government over enough generations, where my family doesn't own anything anymore.
There it is.
And so the government has seized my property already, that should have been handed down to me. So
my question, my follow-up to that's a really good point. And that's actually where I was going next. You own it until you can't own it. If there are outside exterior forces preventing you from maintaining control of it, right, that aren't looking out for your best interest, but might be looking out for other groups' best interest at your expense.
Yep.
So therefore, it goes back to my original premise. I think any group that's being quote unquote genocide or being told that they don't have a right to exist, I think it's wrong, and I would stand against it. I would stand with in solidarity any of my brothers, I don't care what color their skin is, to try to help them continue to have the right to try to exist at least.
Well,
so I think you and James are making the great point. So the question is, because like he said, nature, right? it could just be the course of nature. You know what I mean? So so is it directed? You know what I'm saying? Is it intentional? I don't think so. With white people being 10% and the rest being brown people, like if nature take its course, then there's not going to be white people. But then doesn't that breed fear? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Now, is it justified fear? Should people let nature take its course? But I want to go to the next one. I think these two things are the crux of the issue, right? So keep that on the forefront of your mind, right? Should nature take its course, or should man, right, be the captain of the ship and be able to direct, the course of nature the way he see fit? You know, isn't that the question, right? If the premise of the discussion is that it's inevitable that so-called white people will be quote unquote absorbed by brown people, should white people take control of the narrative and put things in place to where that won't happen? And we know what that means. You have to be aggressive in that aspect. And I know I keep reiterating it, but I think that's a deep question. And I think a lot of people haven't thought about it because, like Anson's position, it's nothing. People say it's nothing you could do about it. Well, there are people in position that could potentially do something about it just because it's not you or me, right? But you have people with enormous amounts of wealth and power that can maybe potentially not stop it, but at least slow it down, at least, maybe even stop it. Who knows? Generally specific, I think you're perhaps conflating a few things in regard to South Africa. The white South Africans are still Africans, having lived there for 400 to 500 years, having worked the land. From an outside perspective, I would agree with you, but I don't know if the indigenous Africans feel that way. And I think that was part of the strategy that I say people imposed earlier, right? They come there, occupy people's land, breed with the natives, and then lay claim to the land and be like, hey, but people were never really invited in the first place. And it could be some exploitation involved, but I don't really want to get into the specifics of South Africa, man, because it's hard to see through all the nonsense, right? Because when do we get to see the African side, right? I have never genuinely seen the African side of the issue. All you see is the propaganda coming from, the other side. So I haven't got a chance to see the black propaganda or listen to an indigenous black South African, give his position, somebody that's actually from there, right? So in that regard, I don't think either of us is really qualified to really speak on what's going on there with any depth, right? Any real depth, because in that situation, you got to be there in order to feel it. You know what I'm saying? Because we get a lot of the superficial stuff, right? I don't know if the superficial stuff that we get as far as how that transaction occurred was genuine, right? How genuine was that transaction? That is my issue. And if it was a genuine transaction between the Africans, the native South Africans, and the new European South Africans, whatever the fuck you want to call them, if it was, then so be it. But I'm not so sure. All right. Doesn't every ethnic group or culture group have a right to preserve its identity and traditions? With the follow-up, we know that white pride comes with the stigma of racism, white supremacy. Do you believe white pride can be separated from racism, white supremacy? So the reason why I put these things is that when white people talk about white pride, it seems like the world gets upset with it. They correlate white pride with racism, white supremacy. Like white people can't be proud without black people or any other type of people being like, hey, we're not doing that right there. So how do we deal with, white people being proud of their heritage, which comes with conquest, and being sensitive to other people? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
If you look at the world through a racial lens, yeah, I'm sure that would make sense, right?
Okay. Pan-African James, do you understand the question? So I'll go ahead. I think GS
No,
is
my
in the
mic.
back.
Hold up. My mic was muted. So I didn't know it was
okay.
muted. But hold on.
You good.
It's a lot in this question, but it's what the deal is. You're talking about specific people, specific group of European, which are white nationalists or white supremacists or something like that. All Europeans aren't that, but if that was their take as an African nationalist, I don't have a problem with them having pride, because I have pride in being an African American or an African person myself. So I don't see any problem with the European being proud of being a European. Where the problem comes in is when they start to impede on other people being successful, or being separated and being successful as a different group. That's where the problem comes in. But as long as they can be proud without impeding on other races, or doing anything detrimental to keep them from prospering, I don't have a problem with Europeans being proud of being European.
That is interesting, because it seems like to me, I don't know about you, but even as a black person, and I see white people make this gripe that we can't be proud without, people thinking that we are being, offensive to other people. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
take for instance. Hold on, let me land the plane. Yeah. Take for instance, like the Confederate flag or whatever. Some people will just say, "Hey, it's not the slavery aspect, but it's just that I'm proud. I was from the South or whatever." But other people take offense. But if you take the whole historical context in it, you can see why people get offended. But my thing is, can we separate, white pride, or does white pride innately equal white supremacy? Because here's the thing, right? So you can look at it from this perspective also, right? It seems like white pride is colonization, because you can look at it like that. Because whenever you look at the world as a whole, right? Whenever white people touched Australia, right? They genocided these people. When white people touched South America, they genocided these people. Central America, North America, hell, they trying to do Africa. So it seems like when white people touch, colonization, and they plant their flag, it seems like white nationalism, white pride is something other than just innocent, sweet white pride. It's like white supremacy. The point that kind of GS was making, not the point that he was making, but sometimes there's no distinction between, white pride and white supremacy, or white nationalism and white supremacy.
Yeah,
I think that that's fair coming from the other side, coming from people who have, been on that shit end of the stick. Whenever you say, hey, with that white flag, with that white pride, wherever so-called white people, European people, whatever you want to call them, people of the paler complexion, wherever they put their flag at, comes behind it, right behind it, seems to have been genocide. Now, I know that's hella general, but at the same time, it's absolutely true. So, I'm not being a victim about it, but the prompt is, it's hard for others to separate the two, right? When outsiders see white pride, we see something else, and for good reason, right? So.
It's all right if white people have pride as long as they stay in their place, right?
I don't know what their place is. What does that mean?
Yeah, well, that was the guy on the bottom's point, right? As long as they don't infringe on other, as long as they stay, stay in the house.
No. Hold
house
on.
white boys.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's okay for Europeans to be proud to be Europeans, as long as they are not killing African people based on their race.
Well,
You
yeah,
understand that?
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
okay.
I agree
Okay,
with
it's
that.
okay for y'all to be European. Hold on, listen. It's okay to be European as long as you don't get mad because you see people in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that's African, that's prospering and that's off to themselves, and just go say because they're prospering.
Shout out to Tulsa, Oklahoma. If y'all ain't know, I'm from Oklahoma. So yeah, shout out to Tulsa.
Let's go burn the city, the town down.
Yeah, that's
if you're not gonna do that, I don't have a problem with you. I don't have a problem with you being proud of who you are. But when it turns to, oh, my pride is going to turn into me impeding other people from being successful, that's where the problem is. You understand what I'm saying? Now?
Well, and that's different. You said two different things.
That's
here.
the same thing I said earlier.
Well, impeding other people to be successful and then deleting other people are two different things, right? So your definition of impeding other people is probably different than my definition of impeding other people, and it's really important to clarify that, right? Like would like, I don't know how to put it. Would me putting a Southern Cross on my front yard impede you from walking down the street with your child in front of my house?
No, not unless you came out and said I can't walk down the street.
Well, yeah, okay. So okay. And the other thing is the pride thing that you keep on talking about. Like you have pride in the way that you were born, like you earned it somehow.
No,
I don't understand.
I never said that.
Well, you said
Yeah, he kept making this point, Anson, as if people can't be prideful unless they earn it. Like he keeps making that point, and I just disagree. Like, you know, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have pride in your heritage, and I don't think pride is something you have to earn. I think pride is something that is instilled in people. Pride is something that is, you have for something else. You know what I mean? Like you can have pride in your company, and that instills it in you, and you want to, exude that, if you will. Yeah, but he kept making that point. I just disagree. He always say, you're not supposed to have pride in your, where you from, and you talk about pride as if you earned it or something like that. And that's just I didn't really understand that argument.
I said you have pride in what particular ethnicity that you are.
Right. Yeah, the way you were born.
So you saying that you don't have pride in being a European?
No. Why would I have pride in something that I didn't work for?
You don't have to work for it. It's just something that you are. So that's just like saying that anything else off in nature is just the.
Why would you have pride in something that you didn't work for? That logic doesn't follow, because pride absolutely doesn't work that way. You can have pride for something that you worked for, but you can have pride in a lot of things that you don't work for. Like, let's say you inherited some money. People be prideful about how much money they have. People be prideful about their kids. People be prideful about their clothes. People be prideful about their intellect. People be prideful about their education.
Because it self-segregates.
No. If you feel like you are,
see, I'm not going to even use humans anymore.
Yeah.
Everything else on this planet self-segregates. We don't use it as a pride thing, right? But that's what it does. Without even talking to humans, it does it by itself.
I think that's an interesting point, and I think people also have used the Bible to make that point also. That that birds of a feather flock together, every seed to its plant, that whenever you look around in nature, you can't crossbreed. Every species stays among itself. You know what I'm saying? But whenever I'll look at humans, right, I don't know if that necessarily applies whenever you think of Black people, white people, Mexican people. You know what I'm saying? Because these are different ideologies that's behind the skin tone that's also have geopolitical, ideologies also. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it necessarily applies. Like, James would make the position that we are innately different, right? I don't know if that's the case. That is a different discussion for another time. I think that would be an interesting topic because I do believe that people feel that way, and I would like to explore that. I think that that's a very touchy topic, but I bet you a lot of people can make a great case for it. I don't know how well, but we can definitely have that conversation.
Same.
So we're not the same.
We are. We're the we're both humans. The color of your skin is no separation because you and I are both people, right? It's not. I don't look at you as different than me.
I'm sorry to disagree. But we're not the same.
Okay.
Because if we were the same, we wouldn't have different titles.
That was polite
to
of you,
identify that
James.
we're different.
Yeah, but those are social constructions, right? Like we're not identical.
Are they
in front of my house?
No, not unless you came out and said I can't walk down the street.
Well, yeah.
How's it
Okay.
taking the
Okay. And the other
work for it is just something that you are. So they're just like saying that anything else off in nature is just the idiot because it's self-segregates.
No. If you feel like you are,
see, I'm not going to even use humans anymore.
Yeah.
Everything else on this planet self-segregates. We don't use it as a pride thing, right? But that's what it does. Hold on. Without even talking to humans, it does it by itself.
We're the same.
We're not the same.
We are. We're both humans. The color of your skin is no separation because you and I are both people, right? It's not. I don't look at you as different than me.
I'm sorry to disagree. But we're not the same.
Okay.
Because if we were the same, we wouldn't have.
Well, the point that Anson was making is that it's only skin deep, and I think that's valid also. I see both sides, right? Because how much difference is skin tone? And James even made the argument that people are conditioned for their environment. So if you in, high altitude places, more than likely you'll be paler skin. If you in places that are further away from the equator, the more likely your skin will be paler. Closer to the equator, the darker you may be. So isn't that just a consequence of environment? I don't know. There are other factors in there too with mixing with different types of humans. In the past, science would say that also, right? Because we have these different hominins and, you take Neanderthals into the equation and then you get Homo sapien. And that's when science gets science gets real sciencey. But we have some guys that can, hopefully they show up that they can elaborate on these things and, can maybe make some distinctions for us because, I'm not that literate in that genre, but I would definitely like to have that conversation.
Different titles to identify that we're different.
Yeah, but those are social constructions, right? Like we're not identical.
Are they imaginary? You said they're imaginary?
No, I'm saying they're social constructions, right?
You saying they're imaginary?
No, I'm saying they're social. There's a difference between imaginary and social.
See, that word right there you just used. That word is a word that you use to try to get away from what actual reality is, right? There's a reality in history of certain people based on phenotypical features doing things to other humans based on their phenotypical features. You cannot deny history, and that's what I'm going to stick to in this particular topic. You can't deny what Europeans have done to Native Americans based on their phenotypical features.
Yeah, why would I deny something?
It was just simply based. Hold on, it was just simply based on their phenotypical features.
Why would they
did? So we about to put a pin in this topic.
Okay.
So we're gonna have this conversation. Put a pin in the topic. Please remember to come back to it. But we're going to finish these points. I didn't get these points up for my help. So we're going to get through them. But I do want to have these conversations. I feel like they are great conversations. But We're not at the open panel yet because once it gets there, it's gonna get messy. You know what I'm saying? So let's hold the mess to the end. Do you guys mind? And I want to bring up to the panel Brick Jonesy, also known as Clay Foundations. How you doing, Brick?
What's up, brother, man? Good to see you. Good to see everybody on panel.
Yes, sir. Would you like to speak on anything thus far before we move forward?
Yeah, I'll just make it real quick before we move forward. Yeah, just
1 minute. Man, I didn't mess something up. Let me try and do this. Sorry, you guys. Freak. I was messing around. Is this it right here? Oh, I messed that up. All right. Let's go down. Oh, I think it was at like 133 or something like that. I accidentally hit the wrong button, you guys. I apologize. Still getting the hang of this, and I was trying to speak to something. All right, we're back in business. All right. All right. All right, there we go. So what I wanted to say is that I think they were onto something, right? Social construct and biology, right? Which one do we put more value on? Because some people put more value on the social constructs as just being a label, but I think James would argue biology determines the social construct. The label is just a label, right? And now what Anson was arguing, like these are just labels, right? But James would argue, I believe, is that no, these are not just imaginary labels. They say something about your biology, right? Your biology, dictates not necessarily the label, but we are just labeling different aspects of biology. I think that is the crux of the argument. Esoterically, that skin deep thing may seem applicable. However, science shows there are some incapabilities. Thus, we are not truly the same according to the scientific method. I mean, that's fair. That's fair because you was making the case that if you have mixed kids, that you wouldn't be able to give your kids an organ. But it also follows that people with different blood types that are of the same ethnicity can't share organs also, I believe. I believe that that's true. And I know what you meant, incompatibilities. Excuse me. I know what you meant, but so you can be of the same ethnic group and of the same race, but if you have too much of a different blood type, I believe somebody can fact check that for me, then your organs cannot be compatible with people of the same, group as you, ethnic group. Somebody fact check that for me. So I still think, that distinction may not be as big as you may think, even though that is true.
Any form of division does not promote unity. I personally like to promote peace. We do things with legal documentation in this country, and at worst case scenario, we use defense. So primarily things are done in that fashion. I know that we have differences in opinions, but those differences in opinions, we just can't let those differences dictate going to a fight. if we can help that.
So,
Can
and,
I
and a
address the
concise.
prompt?
Thank you, Dove. Absolutely. Let me ask him a question before we move forward. But yeah, please, I want you to address the prompt. Brick. So, what is your position on white nationalism as being aggressive because the European people are the minority of the world and are in fear of getting absorbed? What is your position?
I don't see it ever happening to be completely absorbed in any if you want to go by melanin, if you want to go by what a lot of people call race, I don't see that happening. It's literally built in the DNA for our body.
I don't think I said that it's true and false. I said the distinction may not be as wide as you think it is, right? For the point that Dove is making right now, right? Um, it doesn't mean much when people of the same ethnic group cannot give when people of the same ethnic group with different blood types cannot give each other organs. So it is true, but it doesn't mean much because you was trying to make the distinction that, hey, if I breed outside of my ethnic group, I can't give my kids organs. Well, people that's in your same family that have different blood types wouldn't be able to give you an organ either. At least according to Dove, I believe that that's true, and I believe that she fact checked it, and I think that is the case. So my contention was it may not be as substantial objective as you trying to imply. Excuse me.
Bodies to be able to reproduce the plethora of differences that we actually see with the billions, literally 8 billion people on the planet right now. The only reason we see so many differences is because there's so many compared to, say, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, so on and so forth. So I just don't believe it's really possible.
So, science says that it is possible and it's eventually going to happen. So, yeah, Brick he doesn't see it as even possible, which is, crazy because science says that it is. And I'm not trying to say science is right about everything, but I think if you take into consideration that Europeans make up 10% of the world population, you should see it as more than possible, but probable. I know I'm getting tired now. I'm stumbling over my words. Excuse me. You disagree with science. I don't think anybody else on the panel doesn't believe that it is eventually going to happen, at least according to science. That is the scientific consensus. But you gave your opinion. Answer.
Yeah, so there are three different things in here in this prompt that are important to, I guess, understand the distinctions of, because you're lumping lots of different things in here, right? Ethnicity is something that you can't really control. Culture is a social construction that's a collective of minds and how they feel about how what the social norms are, right? What the customs are for a specific group, right? And so one of them is something that is within the individual's control, and one of them is not, right? And so if you live a life that is good, that is geared toward I guess, controlling your reactions to your external environment, you will promote a positive culture because it's the collective of individuals doing that, right? So you have control over that, but you don't have control over ethnicity. So making any decisions based on ethnicity is fallacious.
So you think because you don't have control over it, it's fallacious to make a decision regarding it? I would have to beg to differ because people do it all the time. And people substantiate it with all different kind of reasons. Is it valid? Which is the question, right? So you can say that it's fallacious, but people do it. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, you can say that, but the thing is, in reality, people make all kind of decisions based on their ethnic heritage, social construct, whatever it may be. But that's your position, and I accept it. Let's move to the next one, right? Yes, on the panel doesn't believe that it is eventually going to happen, at least according to science. That is the scientific consensus. But you gave your opinion.
You don't have pride in being a European?
No, why would I have pride in something that I didn't work for?
You don't have to work for it. It's just something that you are. So that's just like saying that anything else off in nature is just the idiot because it self-segregates.
No. If you feel like you are,
see, I'm not going to even use humans anymore.
Yeah.
Everything else on this planet self-segregates. We don't use it as a pride thing, right? But that's what it does. Hold on. Without even talking to humans, it does it by itself.
We're the same.
We're not the same.
We are. We're the same. We're both humans. The color of your skin is no separation because you and I are both people.
It was just simply based. Hold on. It was just simply based on their phenotypical features.
Why would I?
They did what they did.
So we got to put a pin in this topic.
Okay.
So
promote unity. I personally like to promote peace. We do things with legal documentation in this country, and at worst case scenario, we use defense. So primarily things are done in that fashion. I know that we have differences in opinions, but those differences in opinions, we just can't let those differences dictate going to a fight if we can help that.
So
can I address the prompt?
Absolutely. Let me ask him a question before we move forward. But yeah, please, I want you to address the prompt. Brick. So what is your position on white nationalism as being aggressive because the European people are the minority of the world and are in fear of getting absorbed? What is your position?
I don't see it ever happening to be completely absorbed in any if you want to go by melanin, if you want to go by what a lot of people call race, I don't see that happening. It's literally built in the DNA for our bodies to be able to reproduce the plethora of differences that we actually see with the billions, literally 8 billion people on the planet right now. The only reason we see so many differences is because there's so many compared to, say, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, so on and so forth. So I just don't believe it's really possible.
So, science says that it is possible and it's eventually going to happen. So you disagree with science. I don't think anybody else on the panel doesn't believe that it is eventually going to happen, at least according to science. That is the scientific consensus. But you gave your opinion. Answer.
Yeah, so there are 3 different things in here in this prompt that are important to, I guess, understand the distinctions of, because you're lumping lots of different things in here, right? Ethnicity is something that you can't really control. Culture is a social construction that's a collective of minds and how they feel about how what the social norms are, right? What the customs are for a specific group, right? And so one of them is something that is within the individual's control, and one of them is not, right? And so if you live a life that is good, that is geared toward, controlling your reaction.
So right there, he kind of made a distinction that it's not in an individual's control. But I believe that, there are certain individuals that it is within their control, or at least they can take a good jab at it, a good stab at it. I believe that. I think some people on this earth have unfathomable wealth. A lot of power that, we could never even conceive. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying like in a divine type aspect, but I mean like some people's wealth is just, and I'm not even talking about like people like Bill Gates or Elon, even though their wealth is, massive. But you have people that's wealthy with power, you know what I'm saying, have a different kind of power. People that can move, armies, military, like that type of power is a different type of power, right? People that own, like pharmaceutical companies, that's a different type of power. People that own media companies, right? The news companies, people that own, natural resources like the reserves, like the manufacturing, like the power that these type of people have that can direct the world is a different type of power that we could never even, imagine what they could do, especially if they linked up the people that have different areas on lock, right? Or people that have several different monopolies on lock in one group, so I think these people exist, and and I don't really get conspiracy, but I think these things are things that we have to take into consideration seriously.
Actions to your external environment, you will promote a positive culture because it's the collective of individuals doing that, right? So you have control over that, but you don't have control over ethnicity. So making any decisions based on ethnicity is fallacious.
So you think because you don't have control over it, it's fallacious to make a decision regarding it? I would have to beg to differ because people do it all the time. And, people substantiate it with all different kind of reasons. Is it valid? Which is the question, right? So you can say that it's fallacious, but people do it. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, you can say that, but the thing is, in reality, people make all kind of decisions based on their ethnic heritage, social construct, whatever it may be. But that's your position, and I accept it. Let's move to the next one, right? Why is it seen as racist when white people want to preserve and advocate for their own best interests? So, like, I think this is kind of becoming redundant a little bit, right? Because the reason why I put this question or this prompt, this argument, whatever you want to call it, is because, like, I see the nation, right, of America being founded by white Europeans who didn't intend for this nation to be all inclusive. And then when white people take that position and you are however many years later down the line, and people say, hey, I want what it was intended to be, that's considered racist, right? And then when people say they want to take their own best interests, and that's as far as so the part where I mean it's racist for white people to do what's best for their own interests, I mean try to protect themselves from getting absorbed since they are the minority of the population. And that means potentially having to take an aggressive position. Why does that have to be racist? Like, should we, and you guys on the panel seem like you don't have an issue with it. You know what I'm saying? That potentially white people could be absorbed. I tend to do that
when
sometimes.
white people do express a fear for that, why does it have to be seen as racist? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, why does it have to be seen as racist if a motherfucker don't want to get absorbed by the rest of the world? Is that like you just supposed to accept it? Like, let nature run its course. I'm racist because I want to keep you motherfuckers off my back. I don't want to breed with you guys. I want to conquest. I want to take over your shit because I'm potentially going to be bred out of existence. Is that racist? Is that negative?
Well, I mean, it's kind of, I'm trying to figure out where you're getting your metrics from. You got three, I guess, Caucasians, Europeans, something. I'm more Mediterranean than anything else. I don't know what that puts me. You got three, basically, for all intents and purposes, white dudes telling you they're not afraid of any of this.
I'm English and German, by the way.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm like sitting here going, yeah, like where are you getting your metrics from that white people all over the world are afraid of being replaced? Like where's that coming from? It sounds like some bagel talking points.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. Thank you, Dove. And this was really nice of GS to say, generally speaking, I think that he means it. But also, what about the people who are on that side and potentially are the people who, quote unquote, rule the world? Because there's where that ideology stems from. Like whenever you look at it from top down and you look at antiquity, these are the type of people who were implementing this type of ideology. People that wanted to keep power within their own group, right? And keep others below them. So yes, it's not you, it's not my neighbors, but historically speaking, we know who it has been, right? And that's just a historical fact also. And I think white and black people need to make that distinction, right? And we made that distinction, right, and really know who the common enemy is, then I think we could go further, right? And I think that whenever we do make that distinction, I think the people that's of that class are majority of European descent. And with that being said, I think that people of European descent need to take these people to task because these are your brothers, your sisters, right? And I mean, everybody should, but I never hear, people of European descent really just, take their own to task. Well, I'll take that back because I understand that, a lot of people, white people feel like they're in the same boat as black people, or they feel like their white privilege isn't, really white privilege, or they don't have any white privilege, or they get, minimal privilege, or whatever the case may be, right? But I just think that if you understand it like I understand it, then take your damn people to task, right? I take my own people to task. I be on my people's heads. They hate when I come. Promise you they do. You can call it that. They are just talking points. If you guys don't believe it, you don't believe it. If you don't accept it, you don't accept it.
Well, no,
people do.
We're giving you.
Let me finish.
We're giving you a live sample size of 3 people that aren't worried.
And as for the comment by Dove that's on the screen, if you don't believe that, look it up. That's science. That's not her just saying that. That's not me just saying that. It's a reality. And you know what's really crazy? I wonder how many white people really know this, right? I wonder how many, I wonder if we took like a poll. Oh, I wish I knew how to put a poll in the chat. Well, I ain't got that many people in the damn chat anyway to be taking a damn poll. But I wonder if I went outside and took a poll and I said, hey, did you know that science says that white people could become a minority within the US by 2045? I think probably most people will probably say, yeah, that they do know that. And then I wonder if we ask them how does that make them feel? I would then wonder what they would say. We heard the guys on the panel, but if I was just to go outside, I think one day I might do that, right? I think one day I might go outside, take you guys with me, and actually take that poll and see how people feel about that and see if they even know. And furthermore, what about can we fact check it for the global population, being that white people are 10% of the global population? When will the global population of white people become, absorbed by non-white people? How long will that take? It says for the United States, 2045, which is 20 damn years. That's not long at all. That's a quarter of your life. You know what I'm saying? So I wonder what the statistics on that for the global position. Maybe maybe I'll get out and about and really get those stats myself, because I'm one of these people that I don't put a lot of faith in stats either. You know what I mean? Like these polls and stuff like that, especially during election time, and then also these polls concerning, there were 30,000 jobs made this year, or 30,000 jobs that came about this month. I don't really fucking be seeing that in reality. Right? Even when COVID was popping like it was, they were saying this many people was dying this month here where I'm from. And then I looked around and I was just like, nah, I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't put a lot of faith in polls. I'm not saying that they aren't right, but I don't put a lot of faith in them. You know what I'm saying? It's just me. I'm more conservative when it comes to that. Right. Hold on. I get it. The white people that I have on the panel don't have an issue with this, but welcome, GS. Good to see you. Good to have you back. I appreciate you. Did you want to say something thus far, or you just riding it out?
Yeah, like I said, I can't be on too long. I have a scheduled show. I thought you did a great job. I think the fact that you got 7 people in your chat right now for your second broadcast is pretty awesome, dude. Don't down yourself. You're getting traction and you're going places. I understand overall what you're saying. I understand the risk that you took to say the things that you say, and it's interesting because some people would say that you're saying a lot of this stuff to try to stir up controversy. No, I think you're advocating for a people who currently seem to not be allowed to advocate for themselves. And I think you're doing it for, I think you have a good reason to do it, because what happens when the day comes when Black people aren't allowed to advocate for themselves? Would you not want someone like me to try to lend a voice to that and be able to try to stand up like you're doing right now for what I would say would be the white people, the Europeans? You're asking the tough question that, according to the current arc of the ideology of the leaning of the zeitgeist, or the thought, the hive mind right now, is if I were to say this, I would be labeled as something horrible. And you mentioned like words like coon or sellout and stuff like that. I understand the risk you're taking, and I think it should not be lost on people. Um, and I appreciate that. And I really do appreciate that. And I think you have altruistic reasons, but I think you also have selfish reasons in a smart way. Meaning, as I stated a second ago, and now I'm repeating myself, what happens when it's your turn and you need an advocate and no one stands up and lends their voice, where your voice is being either silenced or you're being punished for speaking up? Am I way off base on that? Or is that kind of like, I understand you're interested in these dialogues and these discussions, but I would like to first start off by saying that, and I have one follow-on thing that I'd like to mention. Any thoughts on what I just said to you in there? Due diligence.
I'll take that as all positive. I could split hairs with you on that shit, but I don't even think it's worth it. I will take that. If that's how you feel, I accept it. You know what I mean? Like, I think, I also, I just want to have constructive conversations, and I want to push the bar. I think that's what I really want to do. That's what I'm passionate about. I love hard conversations, right? I love it with a passion. I think these are the most important things in the world. I think these are the most important things to talk about, even though, I mean, if we can look at a population and say they about to be non-existent and look at it and shine some light on it, I think that that's important one way or the other. Some people may not. So I just love having tough conversations that people may not be aware of, put it out front, and let the chips fall where they may. I'm honest about my position. I hope other people are honest about theirs. And I just like having constructive, hard conversations. And I think these things push the bar, and I think they push the general IQ level up too also. So that's what I would say. Okay.
So I accept that too. And by the way, it was all intended in a positive way. So I'm glad that you did take it in the spirit of the intent. So here, and this is going to sound a little, I would just ask that you continue to show me a little bit of grace if it's within your ability to do so, or push back if you feel the need to. I'm not interested in going to a tea party and chit-chatting with a bunch of people just about really nothing and talking about my feelings and, maybe giving other people an equal chance to be heard and to feel validated. And, I'm not interested in that. When I sit down with a group of men, I'm trying to identify problems in order to seek out solutions, right? There has to be my motor operatum is I want to get something accomplished. I don't want to just sit here and talk about my feelings all day long in a circle. So that's what separates us from a group of women sitting at a tea party or a sewing circle or a social, church social, is as men, we're supposed to be harnessing our ability to guide, create, maintain, and build societies, keep them functioning. All right. And out with the bad and in with whatever is a benefit to that society. Now that could be subjective. So I guess the reason why I kept trying to get you to define terms is because I'm like, what is this all for? Are we all just a bunch of women sitting around sipping tea, giving our opinions about makeup? Or are we, and I know that sounds a little harsh. I'm not trying to make it harsh, but so it was very it was like, have you ever grated something with a grater and your finger and it slips and your knuckle kind of hits the grate and you're like, damn, man, so that's what it felt like to try to continue to engage, but what felt like in a purposeless, in a way without purpose. I can't even speak today. So that's why I was becoming frustrated. Trying to figure out, like, I didn't understand what the parameters were. I didn't understand that you had like a sequence of events. And I think in the future, it'd probably be good to just kind of put that out. You might have, and I might have missed it. I might not have heard. I thought I was there from the beginning. But I did not understand that you had like a sequence that you were trying to go through before it came into more of an open discussion. So I do apologize for any negative effect that I had on the flow of your show. I didn't realize what it was. You did. You were the only one that did.
Exactly. It was a different format that people wasn't used to, and I kept trying to reel you back in. I'm like, hey, but it's all good. Like you said, you didn't know, and I didn't really tell you guys what I was going to do, but that was intentional too, because I wanted things to kind of unfold naturally, right? I wanted to see about this format because I don't see it being done like this, right? And people are so used to just arguing, right? That's what I did not want to do, right? So regardless, I feel that it was productive, and I agree with you on the things that you said, what men are supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? And this is one of those things. So I appreciate you again. Chairman, what's happening, big bro? Come in if you feel the need, man.
What's up, Chairman? Purpleless. I can't even say it. He's trying. I still can't say it, dude. Can you help me with that due diligence?
Oh, shit, you don't want me to fucking say it with my fucking Ebonics talking ass shit. I ain't been able to say shit all day.
Purposelessness. Maybe it's purposelessness.
Purposeless.
Purposeless. Without purpose.
Yeah, are you fucking with me right now? Leave me alone.
I'm not. No, he wrote it, and I'm like, even that doesn't sound right. I don't know.
All right, so are you ready did you have anything else you want to say? Are you ready to ride?
I mean, that was really it. But like I said, and there's the reason why I like to define things. Well, what do you mean? It's like, what is, it depends on what the definition of is. You know what I mean? I don't want it to get to the minutia like that. But I think in order to have a germane and productive conversation, I mean, if we're just giving our opinions, I mean, they tell you not to talk about sex, religion, and politics at the dinner table during Thanksgiving because it's going to piss people off. Well, I mean, you might have an opinion that's going to have somebody want to push back on it, and thus it turns into a discussion, maybe even an argument or a debate. And while you might think that's semantics, semantics are very important too, getting to the crux of the thing. The important thing is to never stop questioning, right? Einstein said that, even though I think he's a bit of a fraud, I think there's some truth to it. It's in the asking of the question that one often can find the answer, right? Socrates. The Socratic method is the reason why you're asking these. I don't know if you realize it. I'm sure you do, but what you're doing is very Socrates driven. It seems to me, maybe I'm in error, and Socrates is one of my favorite philosophers. So what you're doing is very asking the questions and then having the discussion, because sometimes we don't realize how silly the things that we're saying sound until we say them out loud, or how brilliant that they might sound. Right. So I'm glad we're doing this, and thank you for doing it, by the way. All right. I'm good.
Indeed. And I'm definitely an advocate of defining terms, because if you don't, people talk right past each other. So you were definitely valid. It's just that, I was trying to direct the show. We still got there, so it's all good. But let's just go ahead and continue and see what we got, man.
Yes, sir.
Nonetheless, it is an issue, especially with the definition of white nationalism that you gave, which was more along the lines of white supremacists, which we do have white supremacists in the world that do feel these ways. And you guys may not feel that way, but we're just talking about it. I'm not accusing you guys. These are just general talking points, general questions. And I feel like it's refreshing that the white guys that I do have on the panel don't feel this way. We've never had this conversation in public, and that's why we're having this conversation, because to get a sense that, hey, my neighbors next door don't feel this way. Who the fuck are we talking about then? Where are these talking points coming from? That is valid. These narratives are in the world, and we should have these hard conversations, because if it's not my neighbors, then who? That is the question. We're going to get there, sir.
They
I
do.
promise.
I think you didn't come up with this all on your own. Meaning this fear mongering, this race pimping that is happening on the world stage, where I believe they are trying to put white people in fear of extinction, and then so rightly do they have a right to aggressively pursue their existence and whatever that entails, right? And so I say, if a thing is as it is, or at least it seems to appear to be as it is, then the question is why? Why is a thing the way it is? And that's when I said that sounds like some bagel talking points. I wasn't talking about you having those talking points. I'm saying that we are being indoctrinated with some divisive talking points that are trying to create a level of division. Like I just saw an interview of a little white kid who came home and told his dad, and his dad took the video, blurred out his kid's face and stuff. And this kid was retelling the story. He said there was a little black kid was choking him in class today. I mean, the kid couldn't have been 6 or 7 years old, and he didn't understand why. And he said, because my mom hates all white people. So this little black kid goes to class, starts choking out this little white kid. The teachers cover it up. The kid had to tell his dad. That's how the dad found out that, and the school did nothing about it. And it's like, so it's okay for a white kid to have racist acts and hateful acts done to him. Nobody stands up and advocates except for due diligence. Thank you, due diligence. You see what I'm saying? So what is going on here? So obviously the divisiveness and the language and the pitting against each other is working. And I don't know that it takes a whole lot of convincing for people to hate each other at the end of the day.
I would say, and I appreciate that, but I'm definitely not as noble as I may seem. Let me put that out there. Also, I would say that, I'm not really concerned with why whenever the things are happening in real time, because I'm more concerned with, if it is the case, not the fear mongering, but the case that a certain type of people will cease to exist as we see them today. My question is, what the question that I'm trying to ask is, what now, right? Are people actually, trying to put in measures to stop it, or are people indifferent? And that's why I really said I wanted to go do a poll, because I don't really know how many people, like how much have you ever really thought about this, GS, like in your own life, on your own spare time? Like, have you had these in-depth conversations with yourself about the scarcity of the white population being able to become extinct? Has that ever been like on your heart in a real way?
No, not really. I mean, I pointed out that we are a minority on the world stage, but nobody seems to give a crap about that. But everywhere else that the white people have power, whenever there are minorities involved, there's always this bowing and scraping to the minorities to try to level the playing field or give them a helping hand to try to get some level of equity or equality or whatever we want to call it. That hasn't been lost on me. And I think, and like I said in my statement earlier, I think there's a level of selfishness, self-interest in wanting to also be able to survive. Should your people, which, I would say your people are people that share your genomes, or, your family, should your family ever be, or whoever you consider to be your family, be put into a dangerous situation where they're not allowed to protest their extinction, like that, they can't even say, hey, wait, stop pushing me under the water, I like to breathe. Hello, shut up person, you no longer get a right, you're going to go extinct. Now, like I said earlier, if there are stronger traits that eventually create a breeding out not whether it's intentional or not. It doesn't matter. Traits are going to do what traits do scientifically, right? That's just one stronger. Although recessive genes like redheads somehow continue to survive, even though even though they're allegedly, my wife is a redhead, by the way, even though allegedly they're recessive.
Right.
Yeah, you know, there's nature always seems to find a way. But man, I'm talking around it a lot, but I'm trying to be as direct as I can. But it's a very interesting topic. Everyone should have a right to advocate for themselves. And man, if you can find somebody that isn't necessarily exactly in your group, so to speak, that is still willing to advocate for you, I mean, what a blessing.
So
And
I would like to say this, just not to cut you off. I apologize, but before I lose my train of thought, you know, I find it very interesting that you haven't had deep consideration of this issue yourself or have talked to other white people about this matter. Because from me, when it comes to my attention, I'm thinking like white people are like Mr. Burns or something. I would think, you know what I'm saying? Like coming together, like, but then also whenever it's portrayed on TV, you always see the white supremacist nationalist that's really pushing these issues. So it gives it a negative connotation. I don't think it's necessarily negative, but the guys who are really on the forefront about this particular issue are negative guys, are the bad guys, are the guys that are seen as hate crime people and hate people. But I don't think it's necessarily a hate deal whenever you feel fear of your people not being existed. And it's kind of coming from your perspective to hear that you've never even really thought about it hard. I had a conversation with a white person about it. Like blows my mind, GS.
well, I will say that matter of fact, it has been on my mind quite a bit. What I'm saying is there's an artificial NGO backed bagel movement that is trying to usher in the extinction of, I guess, whatever you want to say, like anyone that would be quote unquote pure of a particular peoples. I'm not even going to say it because it's clip material. I'm not pure. I mean, hell, dude, I'm not even close to pure. But some people want to maintain that, and like you said, they're the more militant, right? And they're the ones that are showcased, and often it's like a big joke, or they're made fun of for wanting to have their preference. I think people should be allowed to have their own preference. I'm actually considering making a show. What have angry black women ruined this week? So yeah, I'm looking all over Europe. There's riots constantly in France. I believe there's some Somalian dudes that snatched this white, or well, I call her white European French woman, grabbed her.
Is it? Don't lose your train of thought. Is it kind of cutting in and out on your end?
I'm not cutting in and out.
All right, I think my internet is getting kind of a little choppy. But what did you say you were thinking about making a show about?
Oh, I was going to do a show about what basically it's what have angry black women ruined this week. Waffle House.
What are angry black women doing this week?
No, I said what are they ruining this week?
What do you mean?
Well, dude, bro.
What you mean?
Waffle House, a nice peaceful time at the movie theater without somebody screaming and yelling. I don't know, the halls of Congress. I mean, bro, like I said, tune into my show and I'll show you a bunch of angry. I mean, there was just a fight at freaking was it Outback Steakhouse, dude. There was like a massive meltdown. There was a fight at I just showed a video last night. Even the Pride event now has got people of color beating the shit out of people that don't allegedly have any color. I mean, it's getting out of control, and it's kind of hard not to see that there has been this permission given, right? Now, to your point, now this is going to sound interesting, and I think you would agree with me. And you and I have had a myriad of conversations, and I think although we might have a different way we go about getting to a destination, we tend to arrive at the destination pretty much shoulder to shoulder on most things. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's one of these situations where the propaganda has been so good that there is a level of white self-loathing like I have never seen before. Like even whites hate each other. And the last time I've seen something akin to that was after World War II, where you look how the Germans treat themselves now. They have no respect, not pride. They have no self-respect. They and well, who's behind that propaganda? I mean, Farrakhan has a very strong opinion about these peoples in positions of power that are perhaps puppet mastering behind the scenes, right? And it's not the obvious people that are in front of you that are the ones you have to watch out for. It's the ones you never see in the shadows. Those are the ones that have the kind of wealth you were talking about earlier that is just unimaginable, moving entire armies, right? Yeah. So my question is, I'm seeing all these, like, tactically, having been in the military, I'm seeing these chess pieces being moved. And I'm like, it's so telegraphed that what it feels like, unless it seems inevitable that there's going to be a conflict. Do you agree or disagree? Do you think there's going to be racial tensions that are going to just boil over to the point where it doesn't matter if you and I were best friends? You're going to be looking at the color of my skin going, do I have to worry about this guy? And I might be looking at the color of your skin going, do I have to worry about this guy? I mean, I would hope that wouldn't be the case. But at some point in time, if it comes down to your family or my family, I kind of feel sorry for your family, because I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure my family lives.
Well, definitely, and likewise. But
exactly.
I think that's what they want us to believe, right? I hope that we don't fall for it, because it keeps us from looking at the ones who are really. I think that, like you said, there's a fear mongering that's going on, and they want us to stay at each other's throat. And as long as we're doing that, then we will, dismiss the people that's actually moving the pieces. So I think that's the issues. I hope it never comes to that. And like, I don't see it in my everyday life. I really don't. Now, have I ever been through some, that I believe that's a part of systemic racism, or just everyday racism on a small level, and sometimes on an economic level? But I don't think it's big enough for me to be looking at my neighbors. I don't think it comes from people like you. I think it comes from higher up, and I think it's a class thing, and I think it's a traditional thing in some aspects. I think it's a what is it called whenever you pass down like jobs to your own family?
Nepotism.
I think it has a little bit to do with nepotism. You know what I'm saying? And like what James said, I think it's also a natural thing also. So I don't take that out the equation. So to answer your question concisely, I think they want it to appear that way. I hope we don't fall for it, and eventually we are able to see through the BS. Welcome to the motherfucking principles.
Yeah.
Straight up.
I hear you, bro. That's well said. Well said.
I'm asking these questions for a reason.
I got a question, because I want to clarify what, I guess, advocate for my own interest, right? So would you consider it to be a white nationalist interest in the context of this question if I were to tell my daughter not to marry a black man because I wanted to make sure that I had white grandchildren? Would that be me advocating for my interest in the context of your question?
I think in the context of a white nationalist stance, yes. Okay, so it wouldn't be in my personal. I don't think that, but I think there are. And what I meant by that is that I don't see nothing wrong with it, even if it's white nationalism or not. If people want their kids to procreate with a certain particular type of other human, like, people have that right regardless, and other people can feel how they may about it, but people should have that right and not be looked at as being racist on any side of the board.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's just preferences, right? I mean, am I not allowed to like Miracle Whip because I think only basic bitches use mayo? Yeah, I think I should have the right, right?
Absolutely. And it just baffled me that people will call that racist. Oh, you're racist, or you're a bigot. You're prejudiced because you don't want my kid to mess with your kid. Now playing together, I can see that. If somebody says, hey, I don't want my kid playing with your kid, but also Anson made a good point too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if there's a badass kid down the street, I don't want my kid hanging out with some badass kids, or that's displaying culture that I'm not particularly into, regardless of what color. But sometimes it be the color nonetheless, and we can't discredit that. But I think that that's small these days. I think that's really small. I don't want to try to overplay that card. That's not me. It does exist, but it's not as substantial as it used to be. We're not in the fucking 50s and the 30s no more. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to overplay that, but it exists.
Well, that's interesting, and thank you for jogging my memory, because was it Jackie Robinson? I think it was a movie I watched called Jackie Robinson, and he and his wife were walking down the streets, and I remember that there was a white couple that were walking down the same side of the street, and they purposefully, about 30 yards away or 25 yards away, the Robinsons, he held her hand, and they went to the other side of the street to avoid remotely having anything to do that might be considered offensible to the white couple, because that would put them in severe danger potentially, right? I mean, Emmett Till's a good example. I mean, there's a myriad of examples that if you offended white people at a certain time in a certain place, you know, it could cost you your life. It could cost you everything. As a black person, do you remember that movie, or at least that part in the movie?
Well, I've heard about that in real life. Like, I got a grandmother, you know what I'm saying? I've heard these stories in real life.
Right. But let's just take the movie, because then people, you know, it's maybe that part's fiction. You're saying that it's been attributable in real life. It's been replicated. You can't eat at this counter. You got to order your food from the back. You can't drink from this water fountain. Jim Crow nonsense, all that stuff. Right. Now, my question is, and to your point of this whole white national thing or whatever, for a white person, would you say in every metric, would it be better if I'm walking down the street with the woman I love and a black couple has to cross the street for fear of offending me, that something bad might happen to them, or perhaps some 70-year-old white lady's walking back with their groceries and gets knocked out with the knockout game from behind because it was point her out, knock her out? What do you think would be more preferable to that white person? The 50s, where blacks would go out of their way to try not to offend white people in order for there not to be any chance for them to be harmed, or present day, where it's point them out, knock them out, and people are being abused. There was a grandma who lost her entire arm. There were these three youths, one female and two males, carjacked her. She said, "Here's my purse, my keys. Please take it all. Just please don't hurt me." Well, they were kicking on her and stuff like that and stomping on her. And they didn't realize when they took off that her arm was still caught in the seatbelt. She ended up having, after like 3 or 4 blocks, her arm got torn off, and she sat there screaming in agony until she bled to death in the middle of the road. And all she tried to do was say, "Here, take everything that you find valuable. Just leave me my life." Now, I'm wondering, if that were my grandmother, if that were my wife, if that were my sister, how would that make me feel? And my question is, I'm kind of wondering why the fuck there hasn't been some kind of fucking frontier justice being done in these situations. Why the fuck, as white people, are we allowing this fucking nonsense to go on? That's what I want to know. Because and if that was your sister or your wife or your mother, I don't think you would take that line down, would you?
So to answer your initial question, would it be preferable for white people
for the white people?
No. To answer your initial question, would it be preferable for black people to go on the opposite side of the street because white people are being feared for the reasons that you stated? You know what I'm saying? In the present.
No. You got it completely backwards. That black people would go across the street whenever a white person was walking on the sidewalk because they did not want to risk offending the white people in that time, because it could end up with harm coming to the black person.
But I thought you brought it up to the present.
But now I'm saying in the present, it's like open season on whitey.
But
like it's not even a matter of moving to the other side of the sidewalk. It's like you're getting.
But are you asking here in the present, would it be preferable for black people to go on the other side of the street?
No. Would it be preferable for white people to have conditions that existed in the 50s being replicated today, or is the point 'em out, knock 'em out game better for white people?
I would say hell no. I would never advocate to going back to that time. I think that's a silly notion. I think criminals should be done with how criminals are. I think those people that did those things are horrible, and I don't advocate for those people. Anybody that hit people, random people walking down the street, is an awkward type of person, and I don't want to deal with them those type of way. But should we go back to a time where people can't walk on the same side of the street? Absolutely not. I would never advocate for anybody to get out of their way because a certain group of people have been labeled menace because you got jackasses out there doing dumb shit. So no, I think things are fine the way they are, and
no. You're not engaging.
Excuse me.
Hold on, bro. You're personalizing it. You're not engaging.
No, I'm not. I'm talking generally. I'm saying when you find criminals that do atrocious things like those, they should get the max, whatever the case may be. But I wouldn't advocate for it to be like it was back then.
Okay.
No.
So I'm going to restate the question. And instead of making it personally, I heard a lot of I would advocate that they be punished. I would want this to happen. I wouldn't want it to be about that. The question is, generally, was it safer for white people in the 50s walking on the streets when a black couple would cross the street to not risk offending the white couple compared to nowadays where we have point them out, knock them out? Who is it safer for? If the conditions, that's what I'm saying. Is it so your whole premise, the whole premise of your show was should white nationalism, is it valid? Should they not aggressively seek out and protect themselves? So my question isn't silly, it's not goofy. It's actually very, very, very germane to your prompt in the show that you did. I personally would say, objectively, it was safer for white people when black people showed them a lot of deference and respect, or even fear.
Okay. So
but nowadays, it's like it seems like everyone's got a chip on their shoulder and they want to punch Whitey in the fucking face. So
you gotta let me respond. Yeah. And I didn't interrupt you, so I would appreciate it if you just let me land my plane.
Go ahead.
And I still say that that's silly because yes, in that context, bro, don't. So I would say that that's silly because in that context, yes, it was safer for white people, but it was more dangerous for black people.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
So it was more dangerous for black people because they could be in fear if they looked at a white person the wrong way, they could lose their life also. So whenever you put it in that context, I would not advocate for things to be that way. So I don't agree with you regardless.
All right, dude, you're gonna mute me, bro. I mean, I think that I find that disrespectful. Again, you
I find it disrespectful that you keep talking over me on my show when I asked you not to interrupt me. That's disrespectful.
Like you just did to me. Okay, Roger.
Absolutely.
All right, you're the host. You get to do whatever you want. I understand that. Again, you dodged interacting directly with my prompt. My prompt was for white people, not for you, not subjectively. In general, for white people, what would be a preferable existence? And you said, well, I don't think that would be because that's not safe for black people. That's not the question. That's not the prompt. So you're not able to engage it because you keep personalizing it and internalizing it while you're simultaneously saying you're making it general. You're not. You're not engaging it. And
there's a context that goes with that you are not adding into the equation, right? Because we know why things are that way. So I'm just adding in the context. If you take out the racial context, then it doesn't apply. So anyway, I disagree with you, right? And that's fine.
Okay.
So
hold on. Well, hold on. Why didn't you take the racial context out of your original prompt about? Is it valid for white nationalists to be aggressively seeking their own preservation? Why are you injecting race into it and then telling me or citing that, well, as long as you don't put race in, you're the one who keeps bringing IQ and race into it. The very beginning of your premise, you brought up the word IQ. I never even said anything about IQ until after. I mean, that I'm talking about in the show. You were talking about raising the overall IQ of the world. I think that was your statement. And then when I brought up IQ in the show, everyone got all freaking offended about it. But you're the one who initiated the IQ. You're the one who initiated the racial aspects of it, and I'm okay with it. But what I'm saying is, this is why we can't engage in good faith. Is I'm over here trying to ask you a very particular question in order to find out if your logic follows, if you can logically engage. I've already given you credit. I patted you on the back. I thought you're doing a great job, a fantastic job here. You're advocating, even though I know it's not altruistic all the way. I know that there's some self-interest involved and there's an angle. I get it. I was born, but I wasn't born yesterday, due diligence. Okay.
Oh, we're talking about, excuse me, we're talking about your bad analogy. I don't like your
analogy. Not a bad analogy, dude. It's
so now I'm about to mute you. Since you can't control yourself, right? I gotta mute you. You don't know how to show any decorum, and you're not gonna talk over me on my show whenever I gave you the opportunity to say what you had to say. So be quiet while I speak. So your analogy was just a bad analogy. I don't have to agree with you. I don't need you to pat me on my back and say I did a good job. That's also condescending. But I don't agree with you, and I never agree with you on those terms. You try to take something out of context, and I did not take race out of the equation. We actually brought race into the equation too. It's actually a race conversation. You know what I'm saying? But in your analogy, it's a bad analogy to say, wouldn't it be better if we had it the same way back then, today, and the present? Well, you can't have it that way, because what are you saying? Black people need to move across the street in order to make white people safe. But in the context of back then, we did, because if black people looked at white people a certain way, they could be killed. So how can I bring that forward into the present? It don't even sound that it doesn't sound right, GS. You sound silly saying things like that. And I don't think you know what you're saying when you say it, because it sounds idiotic, really.
So now I'm silly, I'm idiotic, dude. I literally just gave you something that happened in the past and what's going on in the present. I could show you, for every one video of a white person harming a black person, I could show you 99 fucking videos, unique videos of the opposite being true. That I am 40 times more likely to be attacked by a black man than a black man is to be attacked by me. I guess those stats are fucked up too. But would it be better if in the 50s to not fucking try to shit on me or my race, you'd cross the street and not fucking harm me? That you're saying that's a silly fucking premise? So what should I do if I say a word that allows you to punch me in my mouth? Fuck you.
Because you're looking at me as if I'm a predator, right? And I'm not a predator, and my people are not predatory. You have dumb people that do dumb shit, and you're trying to generalize it to a whole population, and I will never accept that. And if you're so fucking scary, then take your scary ass to church. You know what I mean? Shit happens to people. Shit happens to black people. I'll never be a victim, and I don't see you as a victim. Fuck you.
You just said not to generalize your people. And then not even 10 minutes ago, you said, I'm speaking in general. So what the fuck do you want to do, dude? Do you want to generalize or not generalize? Because I'm getting really fucking annoyed with the goalpost constantly moving. Tell me what the fucking parameters are. You keep fucking moving them around and it's fucking insufferable, dude. Why don't we break out the fucking, the Tea Party, bro? Why don't we just talk about our fucking feelings a little bit? Holy shit. I'm trying to talk about intelligent ideas, dude. I'm trying to have a good fucking faith conversation with you, and you keep moving the fucking goalpost.
You are absolutely not. You're absolutely not. And you can feel however the way you want to feel. And
it ain't about my feelings. It's about facts.
Evidently, you can't follow logic, and you don't know how to keep things in context. Whenever you're talking about a group of people, you have to be talking in general, right? And then whenever you make a specific contextual analogy, right? We have to keep it in the context. We cannot remove the context from what you are trying to say, right? We cannot remove the context because we know what things were. And for you to suggest that black people should move across the street for white people to feel safe, boy, I'll smack you off the panel for saying some shit like that.
I wish you would, dude. I wish you fucking tried.
I'll smack you off the fucking panel for saying some shit like that to my safe, boy.
So once again, you're not engaging the premise. So again, you're not able at this moment to engage the premise. I
Well, then
said
let's move on.
I'm gonna
then.
give it one more chance. Maybe
No,
it's
we're
an
not.
IQ.
No, we're not gonna stay on that. I disagree with you, and that's fine. You're not gonna get me to agree with you, so I think it's more beneficial if we just move on. Are people who hold that interest. Now you cannot tell me that you have never met another white person that didn't want to procreate with people outside of their
Oh
so-called
yeah,
race.
yeah. I mean,
Okay, that's what we're
I've
talking about.
dated, yeah, I've dated plenty of black women, but I never bred with any of them. You know, I mean, and I'm hopeful that my daughter has white grandkids for me. You know, and it's not it for anything other than like the cultural differences between the white people and the black people in my community. Than anything else, not necessarily the race. You know, if she found a nice black guy who shared the same culture as me, I probably wouldn't have a problem with it.
Right. So then you are of one of the people who want to keep his lineages at least close to what it is now, or European of the white so-called race. That's fair to say.
Well, no, the culture is what I'm concerned about, not necessarily the skin tone, right?
So what is your culture?
I'm a Southern American. Um, uh, I guess you'd call us the Baptists and Methodists that founded the American South.
So if your daughter was to marry someone, a Yankee, you would be against that.
Well,
That
no,
would,
no. They could share the same affinity for Christendom,
no,
and
I'm
the and
saying
the
a Yankee
yeah
that is not
yeah.
abide by the culture that you're talking about. Because we talk,
Well,
that's what you said. You make a
there yeah
distinction. You said, hold on,
yeah.
hold on. So I'm trying to give you an example of someone who doesn't share that culture. I want you to stand on it. So let's give another white person that's from the north that doesn't share the same values as the Southern Baptists. Let's say that they are a Catholic, Yankee, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Whatever the case.
you're describing my second wife. So but see, we shared a similar culture in that she came from the German heritage that I came from, right? And so it was very similar to the culture that my family came from in terms of the background culture that was still residual, that hadn't been beaten out by the melting pot, right? So as long as there's the cultural similarity there, I'm not exactly sure what that cultural similarity will look like. I was just giving you
That's what I'm
attributes off the
asking.
top. I was just giving you attributes off the top of my head that felt familiar, right? Now,
So what is the
if my
issue,
daughter
Anthony?
started if my daughter started dating some kid that listened to rap music
Mhm.
and wore his pants too low, I'd tell her to kick that guy to the curb, because that wasn't the kind of culture that I wanted my daughter to be a part of. Whether that kid was a
I think that that's valid. You know, I think a lot of people that look like me will see that as racist. But you know, wearing your pants low is offensive to some people. You know what I mean? And I can understand why. Rap music is offensive to some people, like the hardcore rap, and I can see why. You know what I'm saying? And not even sometimes not even the hardcore rap, but just rap in general. Like people don't like a lot of derogatory language being used. So if they see that, I wouldn't be think a person was prejudiced if those were their reasons. It might make me feel some type of way, probably in the moment, but looking at it from the outside, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. I don't think if it was me and I was a white person and I seen that, I don't think that I would necessarily um make that call like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I think rap is now pop culture. Pants sagging is kind of like pop culture and shit like that. But people that take offense to those things, I can see why. My grandmother and my uncle, they don't like that shit and they black. So that's fair.
white kid or a black kid.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
And I don't have no position on that. GS, do you want to comment?
Go ahead and pass.
Do y'all think I straw man his position? You I thought I heard exactly what he said, right? Exactly what he said was, given the context of what's happening today, that white people are being assaulted by black people, and it's a high chance that white people will be assaulted by black people. then it would be safer for white people if black people walked to the other side of the street. Would they be safer? Yeah, they would be safer. But why would I advocate for something like that? For somebody to move the fuck out y'all's way so y'all can walk by so you feel safe is kind of cowardly, right? Because I don't see my people as savage people, right? I see all people have the potential to do stupid shit, right? Because I could say the same thing about white people burning down black churches, and now we finna have a who's the worst type of people. You know what I mean? That's what he's trying to make it into, and we ain't gonna do that over here. Because we're not talking about who the worst type of people are. You know what I'm talking about? And that's where somebody's trying to be in bad faith. And that's why, generally, some people may not like that guy. You know what I'm saying? Because that was absolutely in bad faith, right? To try to change the narrative to that where he wanted to be. Like, be this victim all of a sudden, try to make it seem like I'm being a victim. But anyhow.
I'm trying to promote your channel right now, and I'm trying to get people to go over and at least give you a like, maybe leave a comment and subscribe to your channel. 1 second.
Appreciate
I apologize. Yeah.
No, you good. Pan African James.
Well, I don't think I'm not fit to answer this question.
Man, answer the question.
No, I'm just saying I'm not a European, so I don't know. Well, I don't know how they feel about defer to let the European.
So let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it. Would you have an issue if your daughter married a white woman? Do you want to preserve your African heritage? Would you feel like that was an issue for you?
Yes.
Why?
Because we're genetically not different all the way across the board and culturally, as the other person said. So we're both genetically and culturally different. So that would be my reasoning. I don't think that it would be in anyone of African descent benefit to procreate with somebody that's not African.
For what reason? Why do you say this?
Because of genetic diversity in particular.
Which
and the lack there. I mean, well, if you are genetically inclined, you would understand that Africans are the most genetically diverse humans on the planet. So when you procreate with somebody that has less genetic diversity, it's not a healthy thing to do. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, but I really liked the mulatto girls when I was a teenager, man.
Yeah, they look cute. They look great.
Yeah,
I didn't say about the beauty. I didn't say what they phenotypically look like. I'm just talking about purely from a gain negative perspective. As far as like,
so that is an interesting perspective, and that goes into eugenics. You know what I'm saying? Do people have the right to, procreate the way and with whatever they feel and to like manifest the future? Hold on. And, kind of like, arrange the future and how they see fit, get how can I say, actually take a initiative on breeding in certain ways in order to direct the future in the way that you see fit by breeding. I think that is an interesting point. I do want to have a kind of I think people see that as prejudice too, right? And a lot of athletes do this. A lot of athletes, procreate with, robust women, women that are tall women because they want to create more athletes, right? But some people think that it's racist if you don't want your kids to procreate with somebody that you don't want them to procreate with, regardless of the reason. Now, is it racist whenever somebody says, I don't want my kid to procreate with somebody because of their skin color? Probably. Yes. Yeah. I be feeling like racism come with hate though. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if somebody was just like, nah, I want my kids to stay black just because, I love my heritage, I have pride in my heritage. I don't know if that's necessarily racist, because a person that's just have pride and just want their, heritage to stay the way that it is. They have pride and they brown pride, a black pride, a white pride, and they wanted to say that way. But I think it's the intention. If somebody comes with the hate intention, no, don't breed with that person because I hate this group of people, then it's racist. I think that's what I should say, right? Is that a better way to word it? I think that's better right there. But I do think people should have the right to breed with whoever they want to breed with.
Eugenics,
Their kids.
I feel that we could really have some profound discussions, because this is just a little sidebar. Think about it. Everything else that we breed, we design it, whether it be plants, animal husbandry, everything. We take the initiative to direct every type of breeding that you can think of. But when it comes to humans,
Well, hello, Beth. Welcome.
Well, hello. I'm not putting my cam up. I'm doing some cleaning, but I figured I'd jump in and hang out with you for a few while I did.
Well, I certainly appreciate it.
Oh, my goodness.
And I appreciate
this stream of yours. This was pretty hostile. I am sorry for that.
I don't know how we got there. Like, can you recap it for me? Can you tell me what you got out of that exchange? Honestly.
Sorry.
You cutting out on my end. I don't know if you're cutting out on your end or not, but I can't hear you. All right, I'm gonna continue with the video. I can't hear you, but
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I'm sorry. We're having bad thunderstorms here today, so I just switched what internet I was using to hopefully have a better connection. Because you're breaking up on my end, so I apologize, man. I was just saying it's really too bad. It's really too bad that this stream got so hostile, in this day and age, I just don't feel like it should be that way. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. No, it definitely it got contentious, but I think I tried to just move forward with the conversation. But people want to make their point when I just say, hey, I don't agree with you. I'm moving forward. You know what I'm saying? People just want to keep on, then that's when things can, escalate to more than what it should be. You know what I'm saying? But I want you to recap the hostility. Like, how did you see it become contentious? What were we missing each other at? What do you think?
I think that the biggest problem seems to come with the way people see pride in their heritage and drawing the line with racism, right? Because it's like you said, it's one thing to be like, hey, look at look at some of the cultures around the world that are fixing to die off because the birth rates are so low, right? Like in South Korea. Okay.
Hold on, Beth. Hold on, Beth. I'm talking the conversation that we had on my original show. It really didn't get too contentious. I'm talking about the exchange that me and GS just had. That was live.
Yeah.
What do you think me and him missed each other at? Or are you explaining that?
I might have missed part of the conversation that you guys just had. I came in and I couldn't. That's why I got confused. I was like, "What are you guys doing? Is it a recap or what?" I might have missed part of that. So that's right. That's my bad. Like literally, I just got out the shower, opened YouTube, and was like, "Oh hey, Dude's on."
No, that's fine. I was thinking maybe I may have misunderstood him, but I thought I heard him clearly, because it sounded like to me he was trying to make the case that Black people should move across the street like they did back in the day, because white people are 10 times more likely to get assaulted by Black people today. I
did hear part of that conversation, and I think this gets really difficult, right? Because I don't even want to put it entirely on Black population, right? You have people within the white community who do horrible and foolish things. You've got them in every community that exists on earth. And I think that as human beings, the worst of us ends up showing out more than the best of us. Does that make sense?
That was the point that I was trying to make. You know, I thought that was the point that I did make. And yeah, I don't think he was accepting my position when I tried to make that point.
Where I grew up, it was actually like it was the Latinos. Like the neighborhood I grew up in was run by Latin kings, and so like if you saw any of the Latinos walking down the street, typically you moved over. But on the same note, I went to all the Latino kids' birthday parties in my neighborhood, and they were awesome, except for the cake. The cake sucked.
Right.
But
Right. But what he was advocating for is to say that if people did that the same way that they did in the past, because he was making the comparison that people in the 30s, they had to move across the street. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah. So I just thought it was a bad analogy, and I said that. But anyway, let's just move forward. I was trying to make the same point that you did, that hey, I don't advocate for anybody having to move out of anybody's way for fear of anybody, regardless of what the stats say. I feel like criminals are criminals, and the people that do that shit should get the max. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
He was trying to make the point that black people were playing the knockout game and just knocking out white folks. Okay, whoever those black people was, they should get the max.
So,
but go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that was what he was originally trying to point out, is that if you actually look at the statistics, right, and you look at the numbers, and I've only know this because I've heard like other people go over this on different streams about different things. When you actually look at it, because of it's like looking at how many women get. This is just an analogy, okay? You look at how many women get essayed in the military, right? Well, a whole bunch of them do, but it's because there's not that many women that are actually in the military compared to the number of men that are in the military. If you actually look at the number of men who make the same complaints, there's way more men who make the same complaints, but they show up as a smaller population because there's more of men than there are women, so the graphs always end up looking fun. It looks disparaging against one side when it shouldn't necessarily look that disparaging. It's just a matter of you only have 10 people and 6 of them did committed a crime of some sort. So and I think that was kind of what he was trying to bring up, is that the numbers actually don't look good for people, but on a whole scale, like I don't attribute those acts to the entire group, but some people do.
Yeah, and that was my point. And let's say the numbers are completely disparaging. Let's say I grant that. I still would not advocate that people should have to move across the street whenever.
Me either.
You know what I'm saying? I think that's
me either. Never.
You know what I'm saying? So that's not.
Yeah, never.
So anyhow, I'm just gonna go ahead and move forward. I'm glad you're riding with me. I ain't got too much left on the thing. We are against it.
Oh no, we're not. We do it. It's just not like out in the open, right? The women are the sexual selectors. Typically, they're the ones that choose the males that they allow to impregnate them and breed with.
Right.
And they're the ones. We should get a woman on here to talk about why they chose their breeding choices for the stag that they were having. So
I would love for a woman to come on.
Crazy.
Okay, so you got a woman on, dude. Did you want to ask any questions?
Not yet. You know what I'm saying? We needed you yesterday or the day before yesterday. You late now. Shit, we in the middle,
Oh
but we
man,
can go back over some of the things, though. And I think we got a little
I've
bit
been
more.
sick. I was crashed out hard, man.
It's all good. I ain't gonna hold it against you. I know you show up when you can, so you know it's all good. But he was talking about like we was talking about like I was saying that people say it is racist for people to get to really pick the type of person that they want to breed with. And I was saying that people see that as racist. And then Anson was like, shit, no, women get to make that decision. You know, women hold that preference. So it's not racist. And we practice that today. And women are the, you know, the administrators of that. You know what I'm saying? Women are over that.
Absolutely. Women are definitely the gatekeepers when it comes down to sex, but then men are the gatekeepers of relationships. So, you know, technically, we can mate with anybody that we want. It's just a matter of we can't necessarily keep anybody we want.
No, that indeed. That's true. But what about in the context of do you, because I was trying to make the case that people see it in a negative sense as far as just like procreating or saying that you don't want to procreate with certain people of a certain nationality or heritage. Is that necessarily racist?
Absolutely not. As a woman, and you know, conversating with other women, and you know, I'm absolutely going anecdotal here. We can't explain why it is we're attracted to what we're attracted to, right? And sometimes there ends up being some racial preferences in there, but it's completely like like we can't even explain why it is that we want what we want. It's completely subconscious, and I mean, yeah, I can't find any actual like racism within it because it's not anything that we choose.
What about when it is though? What about consciously
I
making that decision?
I think that can happen. Absolutely, you know, I mean, that can happen in any sense, you know, in any way, as far as, you know, whether you're hiring somebody to, you know, fix your kitchen sink or you're looking for somebody to make babies with. I've known some women who were like absolutely focused on like, I want to have the prettiest little mixed baby that there is. And, you know, and it's funny the way that they'll go about it. And then I've also known some who really, I think the programming for racism tends to come from the generations before, right? Children
Mm-hmm.
learn what they live. So if you're in a household where your parents are bigots or, you know, just completely against whatever, you know, parents who are just totally against vegans, right? And you hear it every day of your life as you're growing up, that rhetoric begins to stick somewhere. So I do think that it can happen. But
Mm-hmm.
again, it's you can't blame the child for picking up the ways of the parent.
I agree. And I think that it becomes a negative when the intent is negative, right? So if people are
Absolutely.
just, yeah, if people are procreating according to preferences and not prejudices, then it can be a positive versus a negative, right? So
Right.
if I'm saying I don't want to procreate with this person because I hate this particular group of people, or because this particular group of people is violent, you know what I'm saying? Then it
Yeah,
becomes a negative. I believe.
absolutely. Absolutely. And again, though, I think that really, you know, that stuff tends to, it's rhetoric that we learn from our parents and from the surroundings that we grow up in, right?
Mhm.
Because, like, for instance, you know, I have people in my family who I would absolutely call a bigot. However, that was something that, like, I refused to embrace because I was in a community where white was the minority, and I absolutely loved it. I loved my friends. I loved the people who lived next door, you know, and I got to go, and we were in huge apartment buildings though. So like there was a lot of kids, and these were people kids who I spent every single day playing football and hide and seek with and stuff like that. And no matter what anyone would have said, like any bigoted comments would disgust me because, hey, you're talking about my friends. So I think we end up being a product of environment and the people that we're exposed to growing up. And
Yeah,
I give a lot of credit to people who grow out of that.
absolutely, man. And it's sad to those who don't. I think they missing
Yeah.
out on a lot. And I grew up in a similar situation because I went from an all black neighborhood to an all white neighborhood because my mother wanted me to be in better schools. And I actually like thank her before that because it did help me not only with the schooling, but also having a better grasp on how to deal with different types of people, right? Because it was
Right.
intimidating. It was intimidating at first, you know what I mean? But it gave me a more eclectic sense of how to, deal with people, generally speaking. So, I had similar ways, and then so when I deal with my peers and they have a certain resentment towards white people, I don't carry it the same. You know what I'm saying? Because of my upbringing,
Yeah.
you know what I
Good.
mean? I have also black people like in my family that are bigots also, right? But it's in
Yeah.
reverse. It's prejudice on the white side. You know what I'm saying? But
I
do
give you
they
a lot of credit for even acknowledging that because I find that on your side of things where you have black people who are bigoted against white people, that tends to be something that gets, like pushed under the rug, and like it's not a real thing. Everybody wants to act like it's not a real thing. And I think anybody can be prejudiced against anybody.
Oh, absolutely. Now, where people make the distinction is the races, because you have systemic racism, and black people will make that argument that black people don't have power to have systemic racism, which is valid, but that don't mean people can't be hateful, prejudiced, and bigoted at the same time. So
Absolutely.
I'll grant the former and the latter, are reality too. Hell, man, I know some I know some black people that, you know what I'm saying, that are just as, prejudiced as white people. But anyhow, let's move forward.
Do I
And I
see
want to come
Anson in
back to some of
here,
the
or is
topics
that
that we
old?
brought up before. So I hope y'all
Yep,
got those
that's
on
it.
your mind because we are circling back around to those. So the idea of all the people on the planet believing in one race, is it realistic or unrealistic, or is it idealistic, right? So we here in America, we talk about, oh, there's only one race, and that's the human race. You know what I'm saying? Is this ideal? Is this ideal realistic? Is it unrealistic? Because, like if you go somewhere else,
Let me know if you want to comment on any of these things, and I'll pause it whenever I want to talk to. But if you want to jump in, all you gotta do is start talking. I'll pause it.
Sure.
I did you didn't get a chance to speak on the last issue, huh, GS? Did you want to speak on the last issue, or you want to get into
Well,
this?
no, go ahead. Well, I
Yeah.
don't want to prolong your show, man. You're probably busy, man.
Nah, I'm taking my time with it. You know what I'm saying? So whatever you want to do, we can do whatever you want to do. But the question right now, the ideal, and I'm asking this question for a reason. I know it kind of seems like I'm all over the place, but there is a reason, right? Because whenever we're talking about white nationalism being, a net positive or a negative, right? Then we got to consider the alternative, which is this one race theory. Can that ever be an actuality, or is it unrealistic, or is it just optimistic thinking? GS.
Bet. The idea of the one race becoming a reality, and people accepting it, do you think that's probable?
You're asking me that right now?
I am.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time telling when we're in the video and that. And so, my bad. Plus, my kids just got home from being
you
out with
good?
my vehicle. So repeat the
Just
question for me. I mean, I'm so sorry.
are you good? I was saying that that in America we had this concept of it's just one race, the human race, and then I was asking if do we think that's really like probable that the world will accept it? I know that idea is here, but I don't know if
No,
it's more so in other places. Like if you take places
no way.
like India, China, are these concepts there too? Do they think about this type of stuff? Is this rhetoric where they're from? And even here as America, we have that propaganda, we have that message that's in the air. But is it a probability? Do you see a time in the future to where we will ever become one race and people just and I don't mean literally, but where we different
Yeah,
so-called races or nationalities, but we just say fuck it, we coming under one banner.
I wish with all my heart, and I really do, but in a realistic sense of mind, I don't think it could ever happen because we do have nations around the world, like look at Iran.
Mm-hmm.
They would absolutely never make that kind of a shift. Um, and yeah, there's just some places that I don't believe realistically would ever change for any reason. So it's horrible. It hurts my heart to say it, but it's the truth of the matter.
No, that is absolutely the truth. And I feel the same as you. Like I would hope sometime the world will come to that, but I don't see it anytime soon. And like you, I think that there are some nations that would rather drop a nuke on the whole world than for that to happen.
Yeah,
Kill everybody.
absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. You're 100% correct on that. And it's interesting that I know that you're not like a religious person. Usually people who have that ideology, who wish for that really badly, um, there's a good share of them that end up moving into a religion of some kind because it's very hard to accept the fact that that wonderful existence isn't something that could be possible in this world. It just isn't. Not when
Oh,
you have
absolutely.
countries like Iran.
Yeah. These are definitely religious extremist ideas. Like some religious extremists would rather, you know, uh, delete the whole world rather than conform to other people's rules, race,
Yeah,
nationality, creed, politics, whatever the case may be. Like some people are not having it, and it's in their heart, and they feel like they're being sincere. They feel like they're the ones that's right. You know what I mean? Like, have you think about that and
sure.
really internalize that there are people on this planet that really believe that integrating with people is a sin. You know what I'm saying? Integrating with people
Yeah.
is against God's will. You know what I'm saying? That is baffling in 2025 to me.
That's something that like I was never ever taught in my upbringing. As far as that, like within the church that I grew up in, like that was never anything that was ever taught or pressured or anything. We had a lot of mixed race couples, and um, they had awesome families, beautiful kids, and there was never anything against any of them. But then you'll find other sects, even within Christianity, the same religion, that will go the absolute polar opposite with it, like you said. Um,
Mhm.
I think you'll find it anywhere in any group, and it's just again, it comes down to like what I was saying about like the numbers. The most disparaging people end up painting the picture for the whole group, and it's not fair.
There you go. Yeah, and same in my household. My mama taught me to be with who you love, and my dad was the same way. So, yeah, I never got no negative ideology in that aspect in my household.
Yeah, I heard
Um,
some negative shit from
And
my
I mean for
dad's,
the
but
world, and you
it's great that you were able to, come out of it because you're one of the lucky ones. Like some people, you know, they
Yeah.
they internalize it. You know what I mean? It becomes
Yep.
part of their character. You know what I mean? So
Absolutely.
yeah, you are luckily you got a brain. You can think for yourself. A lot of people aren't able to think for themselves, sadly. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
some people internalize things so much that, you know, and then justify it with God. You know what I'm saying? Like I've
Yeah.
seen people,
Yeah. That's
yeah,
horrible.
yeah, try to justify racism with God. You know what I mean? So and once it gets to that level, it's rarely any turning back because you can't go against the word of God. You know.
Yeah, that's just, I hate the word of God getting manipulated like that. It drives me insane. People don't understand what what was being said, why it was being said for the time period. A lot of that stuff is a totally different world, and there's a reason why um, things were said that way back then, but that has no reason to apply to us now. um
Indeed.
except except the only part of it that would apply is the idea of like being unequally yoked, right? As in, as a Christian, you wouldn't want to marry somebody who doesn't have the same belief values as you do, because all it's going to do is create contention between you, and it won't be a healthy relationship.
Hmm. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but we're not gonna get into that. We're gonna chime in on the show.
US, we talk about it. Well, what about if you go into like Palestine? You think these people, what about if you go into like India? Are they thinking about a one world race? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These places that's in the far east. Do these guys think like that, or is that an American thing?
I would say that anywhere that there's prosperity, other groups that are less prosperous want to go and enjoy the fruits of that prosperity. A matter of fact, if let's say China starts crushing on the world stage, you know how many people are going to be scrambling to try to get into China?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say China becomes the new USA, and everyone thinks that Chinese are, well, this is a fact. Asians are probably the most unapologetically racist people on the face of this planet. I worked in a traditional Korean kitchen. I was one of the few white people.
I can agree with that, and I muted you, Beth, because you had a lot of background noise. So if you want to talk, you have to unmute yourself. But I agree. I have a son by Asian woman, you know, and yeah, racist as hell, cracking racist jokes, you know what I'm saying, all the time. Her mother didn't want me to be with her. Like, yeah, I lived through that. So yeah, I can agree, that's the thing. I don't know if they the most, but
Sorry for the
it's
noise, Mike.
definitely you good.
Yeah, sorry. The cat knocked something over, so
I spoke
that was my bad. Sorry.
It's all good.
I
a
wanted to
little bit
say,
of the language.
where I live, I was just going to chime in with that and say where I live, there's a very big Ivy League college, and they actually have a lot of Asian students. And let me tell you what, he's right on that.
Yeah, they don't fuck
It's
around.
Oh, no, no, and they are completely unapologetic about it. They don't care. Uh, it's really interesting.
Man, I would say also Indian people are up there too because you have to think that they even still have like the to a degree like the caste system in place, and that thing a lot of those are people that come over. It's still embedded in them too, and so they don't believe in like integrating with people whatsoever, or like I shouldn't say integrating, but procreating with people outside their race. Also, according to their like religion type shit, they're not even like allowed to. Not all, but some. You know what I'm saying? They have that caste system still in place over there. So
Yeah, and actually, amazingly, French people, although it's not so much like a racial thing, it's more like a nationality thing where they get very prejudiced,
right.
and are straight out mean. Like, oh my God, my daughter and I were traveling, and we were in France for just a little while in Paris, and I've never met such rude, mean people in my life who were straight up just like, ugh, Americans. And like, it was like, but I'm lost and I'm just asking for help. And it was just like, too bad. And it's like, oh my God.
Right. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like cultures that feel like that towards America in general, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't think it comes from like you said, it's not a prejudice or anything like that, but like they do look at Americans like you motherfuckers are stupid, and you know what I'm saying, always in somebody else's business. You guys are arrogant. So there is America. We have people look at us from the outside and look at us like, you know, economically they want to come and join in and get the fruits of what America has for that. But they look at us, the people, as dumb and lazy. And
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yeah.
Which hell, I don't I don't think it's I think we've given them every reason to think that way too. You know, America as a whole, considering like the historical aspect of it and even up to the present. So it might be
language from having served in Korea. And I learned how to cook traditional Korean cuisine. And for an Occidental to go into a traditionally Oriental cuisine, it's pretty unheard of. But so the point I'm trying to say is that wherever there's prosperity, you'll have people trying to migrate economically. Right. And they think it's unfair that you don't let them in. Meanwhile, they're taking a giant steaming turd right on your chest as
to Anson's comment, chairman of the board, which I will be having a debate Sunday, 9:00. If you could, Beth, you can drop that link in the chat. I don't really have access to it. My phone is dead. But anyhow,
Anson, get it.
yeah.
He'll get it. Don't worry.
Okay. To Anson's point, right? I haven't really traveled outside of the country. I've been to Mexico. So I haven't traveled enough to really like experience that. You know what I mean? As far as he says, every culture is like that, dude. Ours is the only one with people that think it's a good thing to be a melting pot. Now,
yeah,
I have concerns about that too, myself, right? Because I know I'm in America, and you know I have been indoctrinated with the propaganda. You know what I'm saying? So whenever sometimes I think about it, you know what I'm saying, I think it might be a good thing for people to, you know, not. But then I also see the good. But whenever you look at other countries that's not and see like the different rates of like violence and drugs and stuff like that, I'd be looking at that like, is that, and then marriage and things like that. But anyhow, I do ultimately believe that America is a good experiment, a good idea, and something great can come of it. You know what I'm saying? But then when I look around, also, I be thinking that, is this a setup type shit? You know what I'm saying? Because it also degrades a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like America, as far as just like ethics and values and stuff like that, like, you know, we had this pop culture that degrades traditional values that are like beneficial for the whole. And other places hold steadfast to these values that kind of do the culture in a good way. And I'd like to welcome the chairman of the board to the panel. What's going on, Anson?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Man, I'm doing how I'm doing, man.
Man, yeah. I like you reviewing videos with me in it. I like seeing me on the screen. I really appreciate that.
Not shocking.
Well, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Hey, I'm gonna put your debate link in the chat so that you can have your people that follow you know that you're going to be on a debate Sunday night 9 p.m. Central Time. We're going to be debating Emmett on what was the debate topic again? The proper way to clip toenails.
Exactly, and I think that the proper way is from the pinky to the big toe. He think it's from the big toe to the pinky. I'm finna bust his ass.
Yeah, you are.
The debate topic is: does morality come from God or man? Who created morality, man or God? So I think it'll be an interesting debate. I really think I'm going to demolish this guy. You know what I'm saying? I really do. You know, I hope he's ready because I'm ready.
Yeah. As soon as I can, I just got to my computer. I'm on my phone right now, so I'll get that link in there in a minute. But thanks for saying that debate prompt there, because you say it better than I do. You've got that Southern twang, and I sound like a Yankee. So.
Well, thanks. I don't know, man. I like my voice sometimes, and sometimes I don't. Like, I feel like even in school, they used to have me read, and everybody used to like whenever I read, but sometimes I have a list and I can hear it more than I want to hear it sometimes. And I like my voice because, you know, I'm also trying to reach out to like urban too. And I want them to feel like that they can sound like me and be intelligent. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can use slang, you can talk the way you want to talk. And I think that's important for kids that's like me to see. I really do. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times whenever you get intellectual black people, they speak real proper and they think that comes with intelligence. You know what I'm saying? But speaking proper don't necessarily equate to being intelligent. You can also keep your culture, your ebonics, your slang, and still just be factual, correct. You know what I mean?
I agree with you completely. I'm the same exact way.
Hey, dude, I'm not a wrench holder, so I can't drop any links in your chat because I ain't got no wrench.
Okay.
No, I don't know if you want to give Whitey a wrench or not, but you don't have to. I can
I
put
don't
it.
know how. Let me see.
Yeah.
What do I have to do in order to do
Yeah,
that?
so you go into the YouTube chat and you click those three dots next to one of my chats in the regular YouTube screen, not on StreamYard.
Right.
And then you could click make me as a moderator. But you ain't got to. I just put the link in the back chat for you here, and you can put it in there yourself. But I was gonna offer to do it for you, and then I realized I couldn't because
Okay. I thought you could still put a link in there, but my phone is dead, and now that I'm replaying the old chat, so the old chat is coming through on the YouTube on my end, I believe. So I'm not able to do it, I don't think.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Man, damn it. All right.
I can make sure to I can post it in the comments afterwards too. So, or anybody can really.
Okay.
Just not till after the stream is done.
Well, say the name of your channel. It's chairman of the board, and
yeah, at the board chairman.
There you go.
It's BORED as in bored to death.
All right, I just put the at in the chat. So, all right, we're going to continue a little bit on. If you want to hang around, Anson, you're welcome to. If not, fuck you.
Yeah, well, we got a broad here, so we got to ask her broad
coming
questions
through the door. And that not only they just want what you have, they don't think you're better because you have it. They think that you stole it from them because you have it, and so they come and they take it, and then they don't know how to maintain.
I wish you would have came in earlier, Anson, because I was on your ass about some of the points you made. You better be good if you came in now rather than earlier, because I was on your bumper, bro.
Well, get on it now.
And then it turns into a crumbling ruin.
So I don't remember the points. We hour and a half in. Shit.
Yeah.
Fuck, I keep fucking it up. Let me see if I can put this back up there. All right, fuck it. So I want you to be concise. And you know, you did, that was a great answer, but I want you to make a definitive answer. Do you believe that the concept of one race and the world accepting it is feasible?
I think it is definitely feasible. It's definitely, if it's plausible or possible, then it is feasible, right? I mean, mathematically. Yeah. I think it's is it probable? I think the likelihood is pretty high.
Wow.
But that said, I don't have the citation, so I might be wrong. Don't quote me on this, but I think there's like, if let's say, for instance, you married a white woman and you had mixed offspring, they can donate their organs to each other, but you can't donate to your offspring, nor can your wife donate to your offspring. It's incompatible. So why is nature doing that?
So I think that was a mute point, because like me and Dove already established in the point in the chat that you can be of the same family and of the same ethnic group, but have a different blood type than your kids, and you won't be able to donate an organ to them. Also.
So, dude, let me tell you something. All right. So it's not my job to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So when GS says some stuff like that, it's your job to say, "Hey, dude, you're full of crap," right? Because that what he said there about how if if I had gotten one of my many black girlfriends that I've had in my life pregnant, and say we had a child and that child needed an organ from me, I would absolutely be able to donate that organ, right? That was a lie.
Oh, that was a flat out lie, huh?
Well, either that or he was misinformed and he was just testing your knowledge level to basically see how far he could go with you.
Wow. So yeah, I think that's what he was doing earlier too when I let him on the panel. Did you get a chance to look at that exchange that happened to where it kind of got hostile? What do you think about that exchange that happened?
Well, that was normal GS stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, have you not seen him on other like streams before?
I haven't. I have peeped in on his channel before. He came to another guy's channel before, and right where I was happened to be, and he came in, and I like that he was sticking to his guns. But I always see off in the chat that people are talking hella bad about him. But so obviously something has happened, but no one has told me what's happened. So I don't know.
Yeah, he's in the drama space like Powder Dusty, right? So they're the kind of people who stir up stuff just for the hell of it, and then drama farm.
Right. Yeah, I get it. So yeah, I think maybe he was just ignorant, or maybe he was trying to get one past me, but I didn't know that that if you have a mixed offspring, you can't donate an organ to your mixed offspring just because your offspring is mixed and I'm something else. But what I did know is if blood types are incompatible with other blood types, you can't donate organs. So either way, it's just trash. It's just a trash point.
Yeah, I mean, it's made up.
So, but if you get enough of that happening, then eventually all would be able to donate to all, but there would be perhaps a painful process where you might lose a loved one because you can't donate to them. Something that you could have donated to like race children. I mean, imagine how painful that would be.
And what about the concept of inheritance too? Like I've heard the position where people take that, I don't want my inheritance. And see, I didn't challenge it. I should have challenged it then, but I was just like, I let him slide. I should have challenged him. But like I said, also, I didn't want it to become to a debate. You know what I'm saying? I was hoping maybe the chat would catch those type of things, but I didn't want it to become too contentious. But whenever you have somebody who's, particular worldview is kind of, GS's, then you kind of gotta like roll with the punches sometime in order to have a non-messy show like I kind of just did earlier. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've been trying to avoid. I want to have just constructive conversation, but sometimes you may have to just go there.
Yeah. Sometimes they don't give you the option to get out of that.
Right. My wealth, my inheritance to go outside of my people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if your daughter was to marry somebody black, you know what I'm saying? And then their offspring marry somebody black, your whole inheritance will move, somewhere else nationally. And people are concerned with that. Is that a valid issue to you? Like in an inheritance sense, like property rights?
I'm so poor, man. I can't even afford to pay attention. I ain't worried about no inheritance.
My inheritance has already redistributed all the people on welfare, so I don't really care anymore.
I'm thinking a bagel down the street must have stole my white privilege card because he never arrived in the mail. So
I know that's right. So Anson, do you want to address the idea of this concept of one race? Is it probable
is it realistic or is it idealistic?
Are you talking about like let me just clarify so I understand the question. The concept that eventually all humans will breed into one homogeneous race? Or are you saying the concept that we're all the human race, kumbaya, the concept of the fact that you're white and I'm black is irrelevant because we're both humans, that thing?
Exactly, the latter.
Yeah. So, of course, I understand that there are issues of identity that people attribute to their like the way that they're born. And I understand that from my perspective, that is misplaced, but it's not something that other people consider to be misplaced. So I'm not going to live in a delusional state and assume that other people are going to view it the same way I do.
Right.
So of course it's absurd to think that you're going to think that you and I are, very similar because, I get a sunburn when I go outside for 10 minutes, and you don't, right? We're different. We have different attributes, even though I do consider you to be equal to me in terms of
well, I'm finna get on your ass. So that's kind of different than what. Hold on.
Oh no, I'm excited. You said you were gonna get on my ass, right?
So that's kind of different than what you said. I don't know if you said it earlier or you about to say it later because you had a conversation with James to where you were like, "Hey, we're the same."
Yeah, we are. Well, yeah, both are true. So both are true. It's nuanced.
You gotta let me land. I'm gonna let you go. So, and I will let you explain. So, right here, you're saying that we are different, and then you had the conversation. That's the conversation. That was the point that James was making. You're like, no, bro, we're the same. So, which one is it?
Well, and that's what I was trying to answer, right? So it's nuanced. So it is both, right? We are both different, but we are both human. We are both a part of the human race. And I was very careful to lay out that other people attribute more importance to that than I do, and I'm not going to be delusional. And the exchange that I had with your friend on there, where he got really upset when I said, "Hey, we're the same, bro, because we're both human." Like I understand that, right? I'm not going to bury my head in the sand and pretend like that dynamic doesn't exist. But from my perspective, that's more of a mental thing where you do that to yourself, or it's part of your cultural conditioning, right? So we are the same, man. I mean, you're just an American guy, like me, right? We have more culturally in common and more genetically in common, than pretty much anything else on the planet. So I consider you, you're like my dumb little brother,
I would agree with you, but it's like it just depends on which way, because it sounds like you're trying to have it both ways. But I would agree with that we're more the same than different, and I think ideology is really what separates people. You know what I'm saying? Like we have biological differences, yes, but I think those differences are even superficial. You know what I'm saying? Because what does it mean? I think James will argue the perspective that we are innately different as far as psychologically, right? James might argue that psychologically we're different. We have different dispositions, right? And we can go through those. That's a conversation for another day. But I am of the conversation with you. But I think I've heard legitimate conversations on the other side also that it's hard to have those conversations too because it implies other things, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got more in common with you, dude, than I do with Beth.
True.
Yeah.
Beth is a bigot, so for sure.
Yeah, yeah, and a female, right? So I mean, she's obviously like hysterical and emotional. So.
Right. I get it.
Hey, now, the whole female thing, that's a natural handicap. Okay. It's not my fault.
Well, I'm just glad you can admit it.
Just as human as I am, man.
We'll take back the equal shit there because it sounded like you was about to say something profound and then you backpedaled on it. I'm just fucking with you, Nancy. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, we're not equitable, but we're equal.
And what terms?
Well, I mean, the DEI concept of equity is disgusting redistributionist Marxism, and it's been conflated with equality. And equality is just
Yeah, I think you ran on this point too, because when I asked you how we are not equitable, you switched the topic to DEI. But no, but my question was how are we not equitable, specifically me and you in comparison, rather than what the fuck DEI was doing.
So equity is a legal term, generally speaking, and DEI is a legal concept. It's basically imposed the concept of equity into race as a way to make people think that if one group has something, then if the other group doesn't have what the other group has, then there's an equity problem, right? And equality is more about we're both born equally in terms of we all have the same genetic lottery in terms of being born with a handicap or being born with a high IQ. Like everybody it's kind of like a crapshoot, right? Everybody has the same chances, but some people are just born with deficiencies or advantages that are innate and they can't control them, right? So we're all just sort of existing here, man. That's what I'm saying. It's not equity is about like this group has something, that group has something, that they need to be the same amount of something. And equality is
Right.
more like is more like, hey, we all start at the same place, and that's with your mama's O face.
Yeah, but
That's one way to put it.
I was trying to come to the terms of how we are not equitable, but equitable is in more terms of you trying to say is what you have rather than who you are.
Right.
That's what sounds like the distinction that you're trying to make to me. And if we are not equitable in that case, then I can agree.
We are all born equal shit.
I want you to make the distinction between equity and equality in terms of inclusion, in terms of the DEI.
Yeah. Oh, equity is just this person has more than me, so they must have taken it from me.
You think that's what equity means?
Yeah, that's exactly what it means. When you boil
equity means is like fair share, like it means like equally dispersed type shit. But I see what you meaning, but I don't think the audience might not. So when you say it like that, it makes it seem like it's derogatory. But equity,
it is derogatory. People who use equity to make social decisions are degenerate and need to change their ways.
Well, what about wouldn't you call like a commune like equitable? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I'd call them degenerate. Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Why? What's wrong with a commune?
Well, so if you put people together and take away their incentive, their private property, and basically say that each person owns the other person, and they lose their individuality and human dignity in the process because that's necessary in terms of the constraints that are provided in communes. Yeah, I'd call that pretty damn evil.
I don't think that that's necessary for a commune. You can have a commune to where things are distributed equally and you don't take nothing. And I'll say, and I don't want to say equal, like equal. I'm talking about equally. You know what I'm saying? To where everything don't have to be equal and everybody can still have property. And I think that could still be a commune. Whenever I mean like a commune is to where like, everybody is working together. They still have their own shit, but you got to do your fair share. Like I got to do my fair share, and we're all working together and making this thing work together. Now, that's probably something that has never existed in humanity, but that's something that I would like to see, and that I think that on something that I could agree to. You know what I mean?
You know what you should really review that would do you a lot of good based on your commune statement there is Rush Limbaugh's story of the first Thanksgiving. You would really appreciate that.
But what about what I just said? I want to comment.
Yeah, that's exactly it's exactly what you just said. So communes have been tried, right? Communism has been tried, taking away the individuality, and everybody has an equal allotment, and everybody contributes, right? The problem is that it goes against human nature because I think that we can define
because I hate that communism gets a bad name because it has tried and failed in that particular kind. But you don't think that we can tweak it? Like, it doesn't have to be that. You know what I'm saying? You can try. You can try it in different ways. Like democracy, you can have different types of democracy. You can have different types of republic, and you can have different types of commune. It doesn't have to be the kind that you are describing.
Yeah. No, you're right, man. We just haven't dehumanized people enough in the right way. I got it. So you're going to do it right? Now, the millions of people who had to, suffer under communism previously, that we need to try that again and tweak it.
Yeah, I literally said not that, but I guess you're not listening good. So I'm gonna just move forward since you can't keep up with the conversation.
Boil down all the arguments down to the final conclusion of all of this, colonialism stuff and nonsense that the DEI is all wrapped up in. Yeah, that's the critical race theory nonsense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think people try to boil it down to that, but that's definitely not what equity means. I think some people try to argue it that way, but that's definitely not what equity means. Pan African James, the idea of one race, people having distinct heritages, but still being like, hey, we are one race and we are all together and we can. So the next debate will be Anson and due diligence on communism. Don't run. I'm gonna tear your ass up, and
I will happily moderate this.
So, dude, my wheelhouse is economics and politics. I know more about that than I know anything else. So I'd love to have.
And that's exactly why I would want to put you over my knee and spank you.
Yeah, I'd love to have an opportunity to educate you a little bit.
No problem. I love to be
educated. All right, boys. Well, did you boys want to start this right now?
I mean, we can put it down on the book. I got another target on my list right now. I got to get prepared for that debate, but I would love to have that debate with Anson, and I would want to get him in his strong suit. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have it no other way. I'm not scared of Anson. Who the fuck is Anson?
Oh boy. Well, I guess you'll find out.
With these superficial distinctions and just become harmonious and just do away with all the dichotomy.
Impossible. And the only way that's going to happen if a rock is getting ready to hit the planet. That's the only time we're going to care about and understand that we're all on this in this together.
Do you think? Well, that's one thing that we all agreed on, that kumbaya shit is out the window with the differences that we have. You know what I mean? Like, that was one thing. Like, that's crazy, but it's true. I think
that we should. Do you think that we should?
Yeah, I think that we should, but I'm just a realist, and I understand that that's impossible based on what I see in nature. I mean, I think we're all a part of nature, and I don't think that trying to separate ourselves from nature and understand what we're dealing with is helping anyone. If you look at what's going on this planet, it all does the same thing. I think we do a great job of just looking at that. I think that Europeans are conditioned to be in the Northern Hemisphere, just like we're conditioned to be in the Southern Hemisphere. I think proximity as far as procreation, if you're in a close proximity to someone that looks like you, you're going to keep procreating that particular phenotypical type of person. So I don't think anybody has anything to worry about unless somebody drops a nuke and kills everybody on the planet, or a rock hits it. That's the only time we're going to even think about unifying and try to reserve humanity. And that's just my position. Go ahead.
Brick.
Yeah, brother, man.
Anson, don't ever try to pull your credentials out on me ever again to try to intimidate me. That'll never happen. Nobody care about what you studied. The question is, can you argue it?
Yeah. So for me, I might need a little bit of clarification with the question believing in. Typically, what I attribute that to is putting faith into that thing. So one race being realistic or unrealistic would be that premise. I'm assuming that what you mean by that is believing that the human race is one race, and that's what's either realistic or unrealistic. Is that accurate?
Not is, but is it plausible that it can happen? Because everybody don't think that it is. And that's my question. Do you think that there could be a time to where we have these different identities, but can still be like, okay, we have these ethnic identities, we have these national identities, we have these cultural identities, but scratch that, we are all the human race. We're gonna do away with all the differences, right? And just become one unit and have, like, I think that
with the other types of cats, same things with dogs, canines. And so when you look at the human race, the idea that we're not all one human race, it's fallacious in of itself.
What about that idea that whenever you look in nature and you see that everything stays within its kind, and then you look at humans and, you know, we're mixing? Is that valid? What do you guys think about that? Are y'all there?
Hey, sorry, give me just a minute. My kids are asking me some stuff here. I'll be right with you.
Anson, what about that? Did you hear my position on that? I guess he's busy at the moment. I'll just move forward.
Anson, are you muted?
I wish that.
I don't think so.
Can you
hear? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had the wrong mic selected. I apologize. It happened when I switched to desktop. Yeah, so I was going to say that there are lots of species on the planet that do interspecies symbiosis, right? Totally different kinds of animals cooperating together. And the specific kind of animal that humans are, we have our own distinct.
Anson, what is interspecies symbiosis?
Well, like, remora eels and sharks, right? They work together.
Okay.
There's all different kinds of those little birds that peck the insects off of rhinos. There's all sorts of situations in nature where totally different kinds of animals come together and find niches to better their own existence, right? So even on that front, like, that's just fallacious reasoning. And the specific kind of animal that humans are is different than all the other animals, right? So looking to nature to say we must be analogous to all of this other stuff, it's just bad reasoning.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree, because I don't see, like, whenever people say all of the species unto its kind, I think that all humankind is just one kind. And the fact that we look different in appearance is just skin deep.
Well, it's not always skin deep. Like, there are some indigenous humans, like in South America, who are, from my perspective, like the most evolved humans, because they traveled the farthest from Africa and evolved in separation from all the other humans. So they actually have larger hearts than other humans, because they grew adaptations and evolved a little bit to suit the altitude that they were living in.
No, I agree. I say that generally speaking, because we know that there are genetic differences too. But I say that to say skin deep, because, it's kind of I don't want to say a cliche. You know what I'm saying? What's it called when people say, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I said it in that manner, to where it's just like the differences are not that far apart. You know what I'm saying? We have differences, but I don't think it's as deep as people try to make it seem. What's up, Brick?
What's up, brother, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I got a few more minutes left. My wife is waiting on me to come watch the Thunder game with them. We think we about to win the championship. So,
nice.
It's good here in Oklahoma. It's a good time in Oklahoma right now. I'm not a big sports fan, by the way, but, if we make it into the finals, it's about to be the championship. Might as well watch it. Ain't got shit to do. I love being here with you guys, but I'm just saying I may not be here for too much longer. But what you got for me? What you got for me, Brick?
Yeah. I was kind of catching up and just kind of woke up to you going over this, and I see where you're at. It's kind of the idea where I posed that's within the kind, and I like that you said kind because that's actually the correct term. Within the kind, the species mate together to repopulate and procreate and that sort of thing. But if you go outside of the kind, that simply just doesn't happen. So what I'm referring to specifically is that ability to mate and to procreate. It just doesn't exist outside of that.
Yeah, but I think whenever you look at nature, whenever you go outside of your kind, you can't procreate.
Right.
So that is to say that within humans, if you can procreate with somebody, then you're within your kind. And I think science has that too. Now, I don't know how true that is, but that's the reality, right? If you are too far different from something, then you can't procreate with them.
Right, exactly.
So you may still be in your kind if you can procreate.
Yep. And so with human beings, like, so skin color is not a boundary.
Yeah,
Absolutely
well, I mean, even species wasn't a boundary for humans, right? I mean, the Homo sapien bred with Neanderthals, like a totally different kind of human.
Yeah, I don't know if you would call that different species, though. It is a different kind. I think that's what we mean by mankind, because I think it's still Homo sapien. Is that not correct?
No, it was Homo neanderthalis.
So Homo neanderthalis is not in the Homo sapien family?
No.
Oh, okay. Then that may
Yeah,
be.
no, my daughter did a study on that one.
Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of slipping because it's been a long time before I studied up on that. But yeah, and that's an argument that Pan African James can make better than me, because he deals with genetics a little bit, but like you said, they were able to still procreate, so it still would be in your kind and different species, I suppose. But I don't. Is that I don't. Oh, well, this is okay. Here's the distinction when dealing with taxonomy. It would say it's a different, not gene. There's another term. They don't call it species in taxonomy. They call it
genome.
Yes, something close to that. It's
it's kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, right?
I think
so.
Genus.
It's breeding. It's breeding within. It's a different species of human, but it's the same genus.
Right. So it'd be different genus, not species.
Yeah.
So yeah, there we go.
That people would come to that understanding, but I don't believe until something prophetic happens that people will come to that understanding.
Great perspective. I don't think Anson is as smart as he portrayed. He just fast on that keyboard. Does anybody want to touch on it before we move forward? Because we're almost at the end. If we go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if GS is going to get jungle fever, does that mean he takes the midnight train to Georgia?
Definitely.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
All right. So when you say get to the end, you mean the end of your initial premise, then it'll be like an open.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not the end of the show. Okay. That's why I didn't want to interrupt, because I thought you were trying to end the show.
No, I hope I'm not dragging it out for you guys. Like, I really want to tease this out. And
it's good, man.
Okay. If we accept the white nationalist position, doesn't that put other people at odds with them and provokes violence? So let's just grant that white nationalism is valid, right? Then what are other people supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, that does put us at odds. So I would think that it would be in everybody's best interest that we do come to a one world race, so have you, or it puts everyone at odds. If anybody has a nationalist perspective and they have a conquest mentality, empire mentality, it just puts everybody at odds. So I don't know if you guys want to kind of address this a little bit. Like, I think nobody really agrees with the position, but if you guys want to take a shot at it, you can.
So taking the concept of white nationalism to mean that white political organizations will once again reappear that actually know how to do hegemony properly. If that were the definition of white nationalism.
What is doing hegemony properly? What does that look like?
Manifest Destiny, right? James K. Polk, Andrew Jackson, actually taking land, seizing it, removing the inhabitants, or forcing them into servitude.
Is that not what I don't understand. Then they did it properly then.
But they used to, yeah. But in case you hadn't noticed, the United States really hasn't won a war since World War II, and they've been in a whole bunch
hold
of.
on, we're talking about hegemony. You be going too fast.
Yes.
So we're talking about hegemony, and you say hegemony properly is removing people off of their land, and
right.
But we're talking about in terms of procreating, though, right? Is that this white nationalist position that puts other people at odds? So so what you're trying to say is, if you're going to have a white government, you just got to remove the people off the land properly, which is what happened.
Well, no. I'm saying that the concept that will happen again based on the recent history of Western civilization is almost laughable, because the white culture doesn't have any cohesion anymore. It's all full of ridiculous notions like white guilt, and that their culture is subservient to other cultures because you have to respect other cultures and not really have your own culture. And so I mean, that it's laughable to think that can come out of the kind of people that exist in Western civilization today that are white, right? It'd be a small minority of people that hold that opinion, an almost irrelevant minority.
Well, I'm gonna let you clean that up, Anson, because that's absolutely not what you said, and that's not what you meant. You said that it's laughable to think that. Well, you said if you think that. Hold on, let me run it back. You said that.
Why don't you play my words for me so I can say them again?
Yeah.
I like hearing myself talk.
I'm about to.
I know, if I may, that he mentioned manifest destiny, and in this time,
So let's just grant that white nationalism is valid, right? Then what are other people supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, that does put us at odds. So I would think that it would be in everybody's best interest that we do come to a one world race, so have you, or it puts everyone at odds. If anybody has a nationalist perspective and they have a conquest mentality, empire mentality, it just puts everybody at odds. So I don't know if you guys want to kind of address this a little bit. Like, I think nobody really agrees with the position, but if you guys want to take a shot at it, you can.
So taking the concept of white nationalism to mean that white political organizations will once again reappear that actually know how to do hegemony properly.
That if white nations was to reappear again and to actually do hegemony properly, and then when I asked you, you named the application on how that would look, and I said that that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and so I was defining the term, right? So all I did was say, taking this white nationalist term to mean a nation of people who take their racial and cultural heritage to the point where they are acquiring land and doing things to remove people that aren't like them, and
the
then
right
and then
way,
forcing,
properly.
yeah,
Don't
that's the proper
properly.
way. Yeah, that's the proper way to do hegemony, right? If you're not doing it that way, then you're really just wasting time, resources, and lives, right?
So what's the wrong way then?
The way that the way that the Western civilization has been doing it for, I don't know, probably the last 100 years, fighting, endless wars against each other, and not gaining new territory, not enslaving new people and things like that, right? That's so a white nationalist, like the last really effective white nationalist government was that one that propped up in Germany during World War II, right? And they were put down summarily by the other nations, in the West. So like that's not acceptable in the Western culture anymore, right? It's the opposite of acceptable. So I was just defining the term what white nationalist means.
I see.
Could I ask a question in regards to that? Do you associate that? Is it the West that promotes white nationalism, or the other way around, either at all?
well, I mean, so the West, from my perspective, is Europe and the former colonial possessions of the European empires. So the West, from that perspective, right? No, they don't. From my perspective, they're not. They're not. They're like the least racist countries in the world.
Okay. Yeah, no, that clears it up, because I know that that's kind of one of the things that does get promoted, is the idea that Western ideologies promote separating the races, but that's actually quite the opposite.
Yeah, we have more of a Roman model. We have more of a Roman model where we're taking in other people and making them into citizens.
Right.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Equalizing.
Right.
But I think I would agree to that, but I would say it's the same system evolved, and the verbiage has changed. So it's different in appearance, but in practice, it's still the same thing, because it's all about labor. You know what I'm saying? Taking people and making them the labor. So if you think about it, I like to look at it like this: whenever you take the feudalism system, right, and then you compare it to the so-called democratic system that we have now, in principle, it's the same thing. The same, it's still a hierarchical structure from top to bottom. It's still that the top people own all the land, and then the bottom people is paying taxes to the people up top. But we have government, you know what I'm saying, that's supposed to be in the middle, but we don't even know where the taxes go. We can't what you call it? We can't audit where the taxes go. So it still could be the same system. And I think it absolutely is the same system, but just different in jargon.
Yeah. It's government, mind control.
Humans necessarily live in a hierarchy because that's the nature of the human animal.
But it's not, none of it qualifies as the, how do you say the word, Anson? Hermogen? How do you say it? Yeah. It doesn't qualify as that anymore. I mean, that's not something that anybody, I mean, like if you look at how the US operates, how the West operates, you look at everything that we've been involved in the last 100 years, there's no more of this erasing other races. So I would say that, it doesn't even exist at this point.
I would
by
say
definition.
That it does, but only when it gets voted for by Congress and then signed off on by the president.
Yeah, so when was the last time that happened?
Sometimes, and this is when it's bad. I would say when the Congress does sign off on trying to control a territory. At that point, like now our government has moved into another land and tries to control that territory. In that case, yes, it is hegemony, but in an ideal sense, because what they're trying to do is impose their mind control, our government.
That doesn't mean, though, it still doesn't adhere to what the definition is.
To the solid.
In the means of, forcing it to be white as far as race goes. It doesn't conform to that. So therefore it would be, it doesn't conform to the definition. So I don't think it even exists at this point.
I agree.
Yeah,
it's
more.
Well, hold on, because I'm about to read the definition, because it seems like we all on a different page of what it means. But I also wanted to respond to Anson's point about humans innately want to be hierarchical. Excuse me. You know what I'm trying to say. I can't say it.
Yeah, you're good. Hey, I can't say the H word, so you're good, honey.
The lobsters.
So what I would say is I can challenge you on that. I'm actually writing a book on that. I got like 17,000 words, right? And that's a big part of it. Human nature dealing with hierarchy. So I'm not going to get in too much, because, I would love for you to like read my book when I'm done with it. And it'll probably be a long time. You know what I'm saying? It'll at least be a year maybe, but I would love for you guys to take a look at it. But I can make a good argument that human nature is not hierarchical.
I think it always is. I think by necessity, it always comes down to it, even if it's not one person at the top, but like a group, a couple of people at the top. It always comes down to that structure within every single community that I think has ever existed.
Yeah, even
that's not true.
even communism. Yeah, even in communism, it still came down to somebody at the top making the decisions.
Yeah, yeah. I won't make the argument now, but those things are not true. I can make a really good argument against it, but I want to keep it under wraps right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that were the definition of white nationalism, which is what I think that you're setting up there,
I think it is.
I think that any ethnicity that seeks out to conquer others, like that's just a feature of the human race, right? So whether it be white or Hispanic or Chinese or whatever, like that's just the nature of man, and I don't understand why we should concern ourselves with it. Like it's just how we are, right? It'd be like worrying about why water's wet.
No, indeed. Anybody else want to take a shot at it?
Yeah,
I like that comment that's on the screen. I don't think a lot of people realize that natural selection is like in its origins. Like it really is. How Darwin intended it. I don't think it is today, but how Darwin intended it, it was to justify hierarchy, right? They trying to justify white people's place in nature, so-called. You know what I mean? But that's another argument for another day. Yeah.
So science is racist? Is that what you're saying?
No, the people who create science is racist. I said Darwin.
Well, I agree with that. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the science itself is flawed or incorrect.
Yeah, but how you can, do you agree that you can use science for racism?
Yeah, you can use anything you want for racism because it's not an ideology that's grounded in fact. It's an emotional ideology.
So that's the point that I'm making. Whenever you use natural selection in order to put yourself at the top of the hierarchy and saying that we are the superior races, survival of the fittest, and so you can use it in that manner, but the term is neutral, but you can also you can wield scientific, ideology in whichever way you want to wield it.
Yeah, right. So my view on that is like, so back to taxonomy, right? So the science will start, and this goes across the board, will start with a premise and then go down and try to start deducing, right? Well, the thing about it with the idea of race, you're starting with an emotional premise right off the rip, just saying, I don't like that group of people over there because of whatever reason. That's a group of people. And it's not like a evil thing. You're just like the way they look. And then starting with that premise, now we're going to deduce to try to find the exact reasons why those people are bad. Well, you've already started from an emotional premise.
Yeah, I would say I would agree. I would call it a faulty premise. You know what I mean? But we stand the same thing.
So, dude, let me just draw a distinction for you because you said you agreed with that statement that was in the chat, and it's actually extremely important for me. Natural selection is just a way of understanding how
it's a mechanism for evolution.
Yeah, but the
driving mechanism for evolution.
The specific thing. The specific thing that you are referencing is called social Darwinism, not natural selection, right? And
no, sir. I was referencing natural selection in terms of how Darwin used. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let you finish. I'll just pull it up. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah. So social Darwinism was the misapplication of natural selection to human beings, creating a hierarchy where white people were higher than the other races because of various fallacious reasons.
Yeah, I agree. That's what social Darwinism is. But I'm talking about Darwin in his own words and how he was meant for natural selection to be used. So you're right. Like people can use his ideas in different ways, but I'm talking about natural selection in the terms how Darwin meant it, and not the socialist form, not the social Darwinism, but Darwinism in his own words, because they try to make this distinction, but there's not. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Because people don't know what Darwin said himself about.
I'm not going to dispute the fact that he was probably racist because of where he lived and the time that he lived in. I mean, that's reasonable to assume that someone of his class would be racist.
Yeah, that's not the case. We're talking about in terms of what he was trying to do with the science, his ideology in the terms of natural selection.
Right. Here's an example, right? So the wolf and the dingo, right? So it would be like saying the wolf is superior to the dingo because it's bigger, and that quality of life just makes it superior on its face. Where they're literally just two species or two animals within the same species of canine, and so it becomes fallacious on its face because of the fact that you're trying to apply an emotional, which is saying it's bigger. That means it's better. Like I'm an American, right? So bigger is better.
Yeah, and everything you just said is right, except that the Dixie dingo is superior, right? Because that's the only native American wild dog, and so obviously since it's the Dixie dingo, it's going to be superior.
Right. Yeah. See, and so yeah, I mean within the species, applying some type of specific characteristic, chromosomal characteristic, that makes them superior over someone else within the same species. It's just not gonna work out so well, and that's literally what Darwin was trying to do over and over and over again. It means be the same thing like with saying the eagle is superior over the hummingbird, or the shark is the shark is a kind, right? So, or the hammerhead is superior over the great white. Every time you do that, you're looking at the same species and you're going, why is it that all of a sudden this particular animal within the species is superior? It doesn't necessarily follow. It's the equivalency fallacy, actually.
Indeed, I ain't gonna spend too much time trying to find it. I may have to come back. I'm gonna look one more place. Freak. I'm sorry, guys. If you guys could keep talking a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of Charles Darwin and his theory of evolution, and so I'm just gonna kind of speculate because one of my other favorite authors is Ludwig von Mises. And he did a lot. He did a lot of the same kind of speculation in the field of economics. And he had, prejudices that were, considered normal during his time that colored his words in some of the greatest works that he did. And I would suspect that Charles's biases that are reflected in his books are probably more closely related to the fact that he couldn't escape the culture within which he lived in the time that he lived.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that.
It would be like it'd be like if.
Go ahead.
No, I would say it would be like if a lefty professor wrote a book now, it'd probably contain a lot of nonsense about how men aren't women or men are women and men can be women or vice versa, right?
It's funny. I love it. Yeah, I've never heard the name. I will definitely look into some of his stuff because while I don't ascribe to the idea of evolution, I still want to know what the theories are and that sort of thing because having that ability to challenge even my own belief is very important for me. So I do understand what the theory is, and there's some validity to some of the things that are being said, but at the same time the whole thing isn't a solid science, so that's why I personally don't ascribe to it. But yeah, I appreciate the name because I will definitely look into it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's thanks to people like Charles Darwin that the Europeans were able to civilize the globe, right?
Yeah, well, and that's one of the things that I would say certain sciences, right, when they come along, Yeah, so it might not be a believer, so to speak, who came up with that science and tried to deduce what the reality is, but because of these, these great men of the past who sat there and said, you know what, maybe it's something different. Now, because of that, there's so much more information. And
Right.
it's widespread too now because of the internet. We can actually go on, we can find it. I mean, that's just it's the great men before us, right?
Yeah, I
Love
mean,
it.
you would agree that great men like Charles Darwin definitely contributed to your worldview, right? I mean, since you're not a Christian, his work really de-Christianized a lot of Western civilization and made it so that you could not believe in God today.
I don't know if no, I don't think Darwin's work contributed in my belief, but I know what you mean whenever you say that. I think Darwin's work, you know, in a way, yes. In a way, if you look at it from that aspect, because he was trying to define the world in a natural way, instead of in a divine way, like coming from God, but at the same time still put itself at the top of the hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? With natural selection. So that's what natural selection was intended to do. It really took the divinity out of it and put man coming up in a natural way, but he still put white people at the top of the hierarchy and was saying that white people were more genetically superior than other people and therefore had the right in order to do the things that they did because it's survival of the fittest, right? Words from him. Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, you could make argument, and I brought this up in the last stream with the IQ differences between the various types of humans, right? That have been studied. I mean, you could see from his perspective, right? From Darwin's perspective, he traveled the world, saw lots of different kinds of people, studied variation, and so he was really just speculating based on his limited knowledge and experience, and he was really handicapped by his bias, right? And
Yeah.
so I'm not going to fault him for doing the best he could with the information he had, because from my perspective, he was just trying to make a you know, good faith claim. And Beth's like chomping at the bit to say something
Yeah.
because we're talking about
Okay.
evolution and
Well,
non-Christian stuff.
so
No,
I
actually,
don't know.
I
Hold
was.
on, let me respond to what he said because I don't know because like you said, I think we both agreed that IQ is a cultural thing, so we can take that off the table,
Well,
right? Because a lot of people value. Hold on, let me respond to what you said. I didn't interrupt you. And then from Darwin's perspective, because then you said from Darwin's perspective, well, Darwin, the IQ test didn't exist then, so Darwin wouldn't have had that perspective. But the perspective that he did have is the perspective that you do have, right? This biased perspective to look at other people that's not like him and say that they savage people, to look at people in a natural culture and be like, these people are naked running around and they're not industrialized. These people are not civil. You know what I'm saying? And that's the bias, right? And that is the harmful thinking. So he did solidify his thinking and have his biases through that lens, and which is totally biased, and it has sunken into your head because you continue to perpetuate that false narrative that these people were not civil, and he helped bring in civilization with his
Well,
ideas, which he absolutely didn't.
yeah. Well, I'm just trying to look at it from a class perspective, right? Because you seem to be fixated on class differences, right? So,
I'm
so in
commenting on
terms,
what you say.
yeah, well, in terms of like the advanced cultures, right, compared to the ones that are living more agrarian, that was
Mhm.
really what my contention was, because living in a primitive agrarian society is horrible for poverty and life expectancy, and compared to the more advanced societies like the one Darwin came from, right? And so that it was really about like the human condition in general than it was about superiority.
Uh,
Can I
And
say
Beth,
something before I forget, please?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I have nothing to write it down with at the moment. I was actually going to speak up kind of in Darwin's defense, only to say you also have to look at the time um, when he was making these ideas and coming up with the stuff. People saw other people in a very different way, right? But then on top of that, can you guys still hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, sweet, I fixed it. So I've been sitting here trying to fix this earbud. So so yeah, you got to look at the time that he lived in and the way people saw other people, which yeah, it was shitty, but that's just it was what it was, right? And then on top of that, IQ has nothing to do with how smart or like yeah, it's a measure of how intelligent someone is but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not or smart or intelligent. I think they're two different things, right? And
Well, as long as you're not full
honestly,
red tar, I'm sure you'll be just fine.
I've met some people with very high IQs who, quite frankly, I thought were dumber than a rock. An epic story. I mean, I managed college apartments. I had one where there were 3 kids who were all getting, they were like post grad students, all freaking, I think they worked in one of the sciences, and these idiots set a deck on fire because they took 3 rocks, balanced it on the back porch, and lit a log to have a fire with nothing underneath it to protect the wood porch. And it's like, y'all graduated from this school, like, huh?
Yeah.
They have no real world. Just because you have a high IQ doesn't mean you have any real world application skills.
Sense. Right. So that's
So
why I snatched that back off the table. Go ahead and finish, Beth.
yeah, I was just saying. So I don't even look at IQ when I'm determining the intelligence of another human being. But so yeah, in Darwin's defense, though, in his time, it is what it is. It's shitty, but it is what it is.
And I conceded to that fact, but here's the thing, right? We like to look at the past, right, and not really take into the full context, and we can use the man's words against him, right? So we don't have to take the context of the past, but it wouldn't be fair to not, keep it in context. But the issue that we were diversion from, or the contention that we had, rather, because he made the point that science is not objective, then, right? Depending on the person, you know what I mean? So if a person is trying to validate science uh, and has this bias, then science can be wielded in whichever way that you choose. So that's the point that I was making. So science is supposed to be unbiased, but bias seeps in, and you have pseudoscience, and you have people trying to validate negative concepts, and that's the point that I wanted to say.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree with that, dude. That's we're on the same.
Let me say one more thing. One more thing, and I'm gonna let you go, and then I got to end the stream because my wife is waiting on me. So I don't like to look at it in aspect of he was from a past because people knew what the fuck that they were doing at the same time also. So you guys may give him a pass on that note, but if you look at what he was doing, Darwin created a theory, right? Darwin created this. You know what I'm saying? And there were some people that was before him. There's a Islamic dude that also had the theory of evolution before Darwin. You know what I'm saying? Yep. But I say this to say Darwin created this, and he knew exactly what he was trying to accomplish with his methods and what he was trying to do. So it's not as innocent as some people would like to try to make it.
That's no, don't misunderstand me. I'm not giving the guy a pass. I'm a Christian, okay? I do think that people and animals, we do evolve to some extent over time, but I definitely don't ascribe to evolution theory. So, I mean, but I'm just saying, again, like I said, a lot of his positions are shitty, but you look at the time and it's like, yeah, of course, everything out of that time was shitty when it came down to talking about other human beings.
So,
but it's not a pass.
if you guys want to have some last words, you can. And that's another issue. Whenever I find my writings on Darwin, I would like to share them with you, Anson, whether it be on your show or mine. I think you will be interested in the things that I have from Darwin out of his own mouth and what he was trying to do with his ideas. And I think that's what we should hold his ideas to instead of what other people want them to be. So when we use his own words, we don't have to speculate. We can just say, here's what Darwin was trying to do with his natural selection. And I think that's a better way to look at it.
Yep.
Yeah. So he wrote two really big books. One was The Origin of Species. The other was Descent of Man. Descent of Man's probably the one that you're going to reference, where he was talking about sexual selection and human evolution as opposed to the original theory of natural selection. So it may be that sexual selection is the specific aspect of what Darwin was writing about that really bothers you, right? Because it was where he was like looking at the different traits of the different kinds of humans, and imposing that bias where he says that one is inferior to the other because they engage in certain behaviors or look certain ways or whatever. So I mean, I'm not going to dispute any of that, but I don't think that was like the motivating factor for why he was doing what he was doing. I will dispute that, but thanks for having me up, dude. It was a lot of fun, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm glad I could pop in and say hi too.
Absolutely. And those aren't the issues, by the way. Your fingers aren't fast enough, but I'll educate you next time. It was a good try. Britt.
Yeah, brother, man. Yeah, I would say you're an awesome host, by the way. Thank you for having me up. That one of the biggest issues within debates or even just conversation becomes the equivalency fallacy, and that is where people sitting around and go, yeah, because of A, B, and then because of A and B, then C. But that is not always the case, and that is what has happened time and time again with, in my opinion, things like the evolutionary theory and even social constructs such as white nationalism or even American individualism. Yes, we are created with an equal opportunity, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we grow up and we become equal, right? And so it's a very difficult world to be in. Life is hard. It's tough. And so the smartest thing that I can suggest for people, because I'm a solutions guy, is to promote peace and education. I believe that education is very lacking or becoming very lacking in this country, and that is because people don't realize that family is the most important thing. To me, family is the most important thing. Your progeny, your prodigy, too, is the most important thing, and I believe that people really should get on point with that. So, thank you.
Indeed, and
Hey,
I would like to say something. Yes, ma'am.
Real quick before you shut it down, let's remind everybody you got a big debate on Sunday night. I'm moderating you guys. It's going to be a good time on chairman of the board. So we'll get that link in your comments, okay?
Yes, ma'am. So, I think Brick made a good point too, and people don't like to hear this type of stuff, but in terms of equality, right? He said, we're not equal, and I do agree. I think we may start off equal. You know what I mean? I think we are all born equal, but it's what you do with your time, and it's what you do with your intellect, and it's what you do with your life that what separates you from people. Like, I don't see myself as equal to somebody that will pick something up off the ground and eat it, right? And it's because they don't know better. It doesn't make me better, but if I know better, and I should do better, right? And I feel like that does make me better in a sense. And some people will take that as derogatory, but I don't mean anything derogatory by that. So, you are who you are, right? And there is levels to this shit. You know what I mean? And I just leave it at that. You are who you are. Peace. I'll talk to you guys later.
Have a good night, you guys.